5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, beautiful people. Happy Monday. We are here for yet another massive ranking video, massive tier list ranking. So, we are in the midst of all of my year end content. We started with the top 20 best performances of the year. And now we are going to get into all of my first time watches in 2024, my first time watches of old movies. So I will be I was going to just do like a ranking in general, but I said no. We're going to do a tier list ranking of all of my first time watches this year. And this has actually been a really fun year for me with like movie wise with my first time watches because I got into some westerns, I got into some superhero movies, I got into some movies from like the 70s, 80s, I got into some stuff that isn't necessarily my cup of tea, but this was the year that I wanted to just branch out and just, get out of my little box and just give certain movies a chance that I typically never give a chance to. So along with that, it was also an interesting year for me with the movies because no, hold on now. Why is that? Why is my mic in the why do I feel like this normally I know why. Oh wait, no, that's not it either. Why do I feel like we normally can't see my microphone? There we go. Move that like that. Maybe it's usually not that close to me. But this was also a really fun year for me with movies because in my first time watches this year, I literally found some movies that I'm proclaiming as like my favorite movies of all time. Like of all time. I saw some of the greatest movies ever in this year. See, branching out it can help you sometimes. You can find some gems, but it wasn't just branching out. Like my watch list is so crazy. I feel like as much as it feels like I have literally seen every movie under the sun, like I've seen movies a lot of people around me have never even heard of, but too many movies, not enough time. Even with the extensive amount of movies I've seen in my life, there's still tons of movies I've never seen and it doesn't even necessarily mean like, oh, I don't care about it, which sometimes that's it, but it's also just movies that I'm like, well, I would like to see it one day, I just haven't gotten around to it. So like I saw, and there's still so much stuff that I need to see, but like I think it was The Godfather I saw for the first time last year, just one of those movies that I just never got around to. So it's some movies on here that it's like I just never got around to it. And in my new watches for this year, my first time watches of old movies, we have 145 movies that I saw for the first time this year, which is crazy. Which is crazy. 145 movies that I saw for the first time this year that I am so excited to get into and to talk about. So this is a lot. If you need any type of stuff to add to your watch list, it's probably all here. Dane C, shout out to you. Thank you so much for being here in the live. So let's go ahead and pull up our tier list and all of our movies. These are all of our titles, guys. 145 titles. Well, actually, I got 146 down here because one movie I accidentally put on twice because it has two different names. Like I hate when they do that with movies where like the movie has two different names. So it messed me up and I ended up adding it twice. But you know what? Players mess up too. And we have 5 tiers from bottom to top. Did not finish. Y'all know I got my DNF. The movies that it's so terrible I don't even finish it. Like and not even it's so terrible I didn't finish it, but there was nothing holding me on. Because some movies are terrible, but there's at least something that keeps me wanting to watch until the end. And then at the very bottom of the stuff that I actually finished, we have go back on the shelf, which means literally bottom horrid movies that it took me this long to watch, and I feel like, you know what, just put it back on the shelf. Terrible. And the middle of the road tier, we have Sweet Suffering, which means technically not a very good movie, but I found some fun in it. And then we have Sweet Delight, which are the good movies, good enough to, kill some time, enjoyable. And then the very, very top cream of the crop was the I Was a Fool to Wait. That's the movies where I'm like, why in God's name have I waited so long to see this? I've been sleeping on it. I've been sleeping. So let's go ahead and get this thing started because we have a ton of movies to get through. Okay. I would really love to know if anybody else has watched as many movies as I have this year. Because my total number of movies that I saw this year, including 2024 releases, first time watches, and rewatches, is like 400 and something movies. I have to check my letterbox for like the exact count. But I'm like, has anybody seen as many movies as I have this year? Like, it's insanity. But let's go ahead and kick this off with the first movie on the list, which is Psycho from 1960. Oh, and as I give you each movie and rank it, I'm also going to give you my letterbox rating that I gave each movie, which, if you're not familiar, letterbox is a rating system of 5 stars. So 0 out of 5 stars. So I'll let you know what I ranked it. Because as I was getting this together, I was looking at some of the stars I gave movies and I was like, wait, what was I thinking? But I guess that was my first impression. But Psycho from 1960, I saw for the first time this year. One of those movies that I just never cared to get around to. First of all, it's just not my era. I know people like to go up for older films. Sorry, I'm a modern film girly. Not my era. I don't really go back that far when it comes to movies. This came out in 1960. I really feel like I don't think I've ever seen a movie in the 1960s, at least not anything fresh on my head. I feel like I started in like the 70s. Wait a minute, because when was the black and white original The Blob? That might have been the 50s, but that's probably the only movie I saw that far back. Oh, wait, in the black and white, Night of the Living Dead. Okay, so it's a few, but the point is, I don't really watch movies from that era. And of course, super famous movie. And for one, I've never seen a Hitchcock movie. I just know it's not my era. I just know it's not for me. And Psycho, I ended up giving 3 stars on Letterboxd. Honestly, I feel like the bulk of those stars are just out of respect on a technical front for the movie. Because baby, I was not feeling it. Oh my Lord. The first part of the movie, we follow the blonde lady who ends up stealing the money or whatever, who's having an affair. And I get it. Obviously, this is a first time watch, but this is a super famous movie that I've heard people talk about for ages. And of course, we know what we did in Scream. Killing off Drew Barrymore was, taken from Psycho, and how we had, the famous, which I don't know this lady, child. Never saw nothing with her. Don't know who she is. But I do know she was a famous actress at the time. And it was like a surprise and a shock that she was killed off. Baby, we followed her for too long. We followed Drew Barrymore for about 7 minutes at the top of screen. We were following this lady for like a freaking hour. And I was like, it is not even just following her for an hour, the time span. It's the fact that I found it very dull. Like, she's having this affair. We see her in the office with the guy who comes in with the money, and the boss tells her to take it. And then this cop, she goes to change the car, and this cop is looking at, like, I was just like, can we get, like, it was so drab for me, just me personally. But like I said, it's just not my era. But once we get to Anthony Perkins and that whole part of the film, that's when I perked up. That was the interesting part. Like, I absolutely loved his character and how he's this attractive, seemingly mild-mannered guy, but he's like psychotic. Like, it really, really worked for me. And then once we get to that story and we're no longer following her, and it's like the private detective and it's the sister getting with the guy she was having an affair with, like, all of that was interesting. I was very much into that stuff, but it was just following her for that hour. I was like, baby, come on now. And literally, if this was any other film, I probably would have done a D and F, but it's a classic, so I wanted to like see it through, because I feel like I can't like fully. I just wanted to have the full experience. I wanted to see the whole movie, even though I wasn't really into it at first. But I will say, on a technical standpoint, which is where most of my stars for the movie came from, on a technical standpoint, it was brilliant. For this, as my first Hitchcock movie, which I've obviously heard of him, very famous, I'm like, I get it. Like, on a technical front, it was super, super impressive, like very amazing. There were certain like shots and the way stuff was framed that I was like, he was beyond his time. Like, this was amazing. But as much as I can respect the film, for me personally, the way I'm ranking films is my enjoyment. For me personally, I think ultimately a movie is entertainment and it should entertain me. So, a lot of respect for it on the technical front. Will likely never watch it again for the rest of my life. I was very, very bored for the first like hour. Definitely gonna put it middle of the road. Sweet Suffering definitely doesn't deserve to go back on the shelf. But I mean, I respect it. I respect the film. Great work on the technical front, but me personally, as the type of audience I am, yeah, it was a little drab. I can't. Pretty girl Danny, shout out to you. Thank you so much for being here in the live. Not even close, less than 50 for me. So that was 50 movies total for the year. I mean, that's actually really solid. 50 movies in a year is really, really solid. My next first time watch this year is Torso, because I told you I was trying to step out of my comfort zone. So I went to other eras that I don't typically go up for. And actually, it was a list of movies from the 70s and 80s that Tyrone from Struggle Reviews TV gave me. I haven't even fully made it through the list, but it was a solid list. I found some gems. But Torso from 1973. Let me look this up. Cause what the hell was this movie about? I feel like I can't holler remember. What was this one? A Torso. Was this the Italian horror? Torso, a mass serial killer with psychosexual issues, strangles female co-eds with scars before dismembering them when a wealthy student identifies. Oh, okay, I remember this one. Okay, y'all, okay, bear with me because this is a ton of movies that I gotta try to remember that I saw from January to now. So, and I feel like I saw Torso like earlier in the year. Okay, so yes, Torso is an Italian horror movie from the 70s. Slasher horror where we have a group of students at college and we have this mass killer that goes around strangling and killing women. And to get away, one of the students, she's rich and wealthy. She takes her friends to like this vacation house she has, but the killer follows them there. And I ended up giving Torso a 2-star rating on Letterboxd, 2 out of 5. It was fine. It was well made. I just personally wasn't a big fan of it. I really didn't care for the characters. I like the horror elements in it. I like the kind of suspense they have where when the young lady sees the scarf, it's this one, I think it was like a merchant. I think that's what you call them, like selling stuff. in the street or whatever, and she gets freaked out, and the way they kind of frame him, you feel like he's the killer. So I like how they did that. The actual like one attack scene that stands out for me is, I think this is this is before they go to the vacation house where they're in the dorms and the guy chases her. It was pretty good. Also, like the first kill of the movie, if I remember correctly, they're like out, the girl, what did they do? They're out making out, having sex in a car or something. And no. They were making out. The girl was about to have sex with the guy, but she like changed her mind. I think she was gonna have sex with two guys, but then she either laughed at them, something along those lines, belittled them in some way, and went off by herself, and she gets killed out in the field by herself. There's this cop on the case. Like, it was solid, but it just, I don't know, it didn't really do a lot for me personally. And it's not even the era. I feel like a lot of why Psycho didn't work for me was just the era. It was the time. But wasn't a knock against Torso. That's not why this didn't work for me. I just really found it a little drab, and it really plays into a lot of the reasons why women in horror used to irk me when I was growing up. Y'all, I can't take the way women were framed in these movies. It's really irksome. I really didn't like anybody. I'm going to put Torso, unfortunately, and go back on the shelf. Like, I'm sorry. It just, yeah, and I can't even really speak. That's one. I feel like I know at least a little bit about every single subgenre in horror. Like, I'm pretty well versed with it, but except for that, like, I can't really speak to that too much. Hey, Darfelina, thank you so much for being here in the live. Shout out to you. I was mostly watching shows than movies. I saw less shows this year than any year of my life. This year was not really popping series wise for me personally. Okay, the next movie we have is Fairy from 2021. Now, I wanted to get into Fairy because this is a foreign film. It is based on, there's a whole fairy universe. Fairy is the guy's name. It's mob crime. Well, no, they're not. Yeah. Mob crime. I don't know do we call them the mob if they're not? Because you have a Russian mob. But I don't know if you call it a mob if they're not like do we call them mobs if they're not American? Like, I know we call the Russian mob, but they're foreign. I think they're over in like Amsterdam. What are the people from Amsterdam called? Like, what is that? Like, what are they called? I don't know. But the film is set over there in Amsterdam, and it's like a mob like crime type of whole universe they have, where there is a TV series. There's another TV series coming that's like a spinoff. They have like a few movies, and one of the movies came out this year, and that was the first one I came across and I wanted to see. And I was like, I'm not going to sit through the TV shows before the movie, but I at least wanted to see the movies in order because it's like a lot of TV shows. So, y'all, oh, I'm sorry to say. And I love crime mob type of stuff. This was the most boring, drab, lifeless crime story I've ever seen in my entire life. So we have the main character of Fairy, and when he was a child, his father was abusive, beating up on his mom. That's how the movie opens. He goes to grab a gun to like protect his mom, but he just can't shoot the dad. Dad takes the gun. He runs away. So next thing we know, we see him as an adult where this crime boss has taken him under his wing. He's pretty much like a father to him. And he's basically just living the life, always at some strip club, rich, working under the crime boss. Now, he's been estranged from his sister, but the crime boss's son ends up getting killed in a botched like robbery that happens. So the crime boss wants Fairy to track down the people responsible for find out who robbed us and killed my son and take them all out one by one, right? So that's basically the whole plot of this story that we have to follow with him. And his sister, who he's estranged from, married somebody that he used to be doing crime type stuff with. So he goes to him to try to help him track the people down. He moves into like this whole trailer park because one of the guys live in a trailer park. He ended up hunching up on one girl in there, and it was so obvious he was trying to track down all the people responsible. And I said, I bet you it was this one guy he was looking for. I said, I bet you that's the guy's sister, and it was. But it's not even a knock to the movie that was predictable, because that really wasn't even a big deal that I saw that coming. It was just so goddamn boring. Like, it was so boring. I couldn't even take it. And there was some good moments. It was some good stuff in there. But I feel like the time he spent at that trailer park was way too drawn out. And him and that girl relationship got way too much time. It really got way too much time. I wasn't very invested in it. It wasn't working for me. It wasn't working for me. So Fairy is unfortunately going to have to go back on the damn shelf. I do still need to see. I got one more day. I need to see the Fairy sequel that came out this year. I do actually still want to see it. Don't ask me why. And I do still want to see the series. Don't ask me why I gave this movie 1 star and I still want to get into the universe. Because I just feel like we don't really get a lot of crime mob type of stuff. And I'm like itching for that little subgenre. I love it so much. It really works for me. Okay, the next movie we have is Marry F Kill from 2023. I was trying to get into the Tubi movies. I never saw a Tubi movie a day in my life until this year. So you're going to see a lot of those on the list. I did a video on the channel earlier this year of like the top 10 best Tubi original movies. And I had to sit through. I had to suffer through a lot of crappy movies to get a good top 10 list from them people. Baby, this is going down here and go back on the shelf. Obviously, I gave it 1 star. What the hell was this movie even about? I can't hardly remember. Let me look this up. Jog my memory. Marry F Kill. 5 estranged friends play a seemingly innocent game that spawns into something far more sinister than they ever could have imagined. What? Child, I still don't really remember this. What the hell was this? Hold on. Obviously, the movie was pretty freaking forgettable, because even reading that synopsis, I'm like, wait, what the hell was this? Is this the... I cannot remember this. After their friend's suicide, 5 friends reunite to attend her funeral. Oh, I remember this one. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, jog my memory. Obviously, the movie is goddamn forgettable. Okay, yes. This is a movie where we had a group of college friends and 2 of them were in a relationship. It's like 3 girls, her boyfriend, and a gay guy, all in a friend group. And her 2 girlfriends have a threesome with her boyfriend, and she walks in on them. That messes up the friend group. Like, she's obviously dips out on the friends, breaks up with the guy. She's super, super rich. We time jump years later. She takes her life, but she leaves them stuff in her will. So they have to go to her little town that she lives in order to get, what she has for them in the will. And they end up staying in her house. I think she also leaves the house to them, and that's where they're staying in the town so long, is to like get the assets and the money from it. Y'all, it's a Tubi original. Like, it was god awful. Obviously, extremely forgettable, because I had to read the synopsis a few times for it to even spark something in my brain. But it was very generic. I do remember that they try to put like a twist in the movie, right? Where, come to find out, the reason he had the threesome and cheated with her friends is because she's actually, there's like some kind of, no, not her, there's some kind of demon, right, that wants to put her and that guy together so they could mate, because apparently they're like reincarnated people that was somebody else, and we need them to mate for some reason that escapes me right now. I think they were going to have, I don't know, but something evil that this evil thing wanted them to have. And she did like a love spell but she messed up and the love spell hit him and the two friends as opposed to the girl that she wanted them to make. Y'all, it's stupid. It's freaking stupid, okay? So the friends go there. Everybody in the town like hates them. Like apparently everybody in the town know about this evil or whatever and like wants them to leave. So they start dying. They can't really go to the cops for help. The cops just keep telling them, get the hell up out my town. Y'all, it's so convoluted. It's like it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. So when all the friends are dead and only the boyfriend is alive, he finds this spell to bring back the girlfriend he cheated on, but she didn't want to be brought back. She killed herself so that evil couldn't bring forth what it wanted to bring forth with her and the guy. Y'all, it was the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen in my life. I don't even know why I gave it 1 star. I don't know why I gave it a whole star instead of like a half star. I don't even know. It god awful. Really, really, really god awful. It was outlandish. And they tried to like, oh my God. They tried to do something with the story with there's actually this evil and that's why they cheated and she did this spell. And I'm just like, is that supposed to be a gotcha? Like that was to me like their version of like a little twist. It was bad though. It was really, really bad. Next, we have The Hateful Eight from 2015. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars on Letterboxd. I am a Quentin Tarantino fanatic, obsessed. Love Quentin Tarantino ever since I saw Reservoir Dogs at like, I don't know, what was I, 8, 9? I don't know. I was somewhere really young whenever I saw that. Love Quentin Tarantino, but I never got around to seeing The Hateful Eight until this year. And I do still plan on seeing that 4-hour like extended Hateful Eight. Now I'm gonna be honest. I have always proclaimed Pulp Fiction to be my least favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. To this day, I've never even been able to finish Pulp Fiction. I pull a DNF every time I've tried to watch it. At this point, I've just given up. Hateful Eight started off as when I was watching it, I was like, "Oh, this is my least favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. Like, this is awful." I guess I won't count Pulp Fiction because I never finished it. So if it's only the movies I've finished, then it would be that double feature where Kurt Russell is like a stunt car driver. That would be my least favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. But The Hateful Eight is like a 2.5-hour movie that for me didn't get good until like the last 45 minutes. Like, so The Hateful Eight is a movie set, back in the cowboy days where Kurt Russell is like a bounty hunter and he's taking this woman in to be hanged and get the reward. And there's this snowstorm, so he has to stop at like Maddie's haberdashery or something like that, child. He picks up Samuel Jackson along the way. He picks up Walter Goggins along the way. We get to Maddie's haberdashery and we realize everybody here isn't who they say they are, because once we get there, there's already kind of a group of people there. So Quentin Tarantino was saying how he was inspired by, John Carpenter's The Thing and not knowing who you can trust and all of that stuff. For me, God, it was not working. Now, once we get to like the last 45 minutes where Ish really starts to hit the fan and the real like suspicion and trying to do all this stuff really comes into like, I love it. Like it's gold. It's gold from that point through to the end, but it was just taking way too long. It was way too slowly paced for me. And I know Quentin Tarantino always has really dialogue heavy movies, but this was like overboard for me. And for me personally, it wasn't interesting enough dialogue. It wasn't engaging enough for me to like really be. I'm the type of person, I'm gonna be honest, for it to be character driven and real dialogue heavy, man, I needed to really, really be very dynamic and interesting, like really keep my attention. I was so checked out. I was so checked out. It was really not working for me. But like I said, the end was gold. The end was gold. So I gave it 3 out of 5 stars. And I did rewatch it recently. I skipped the whole first part. Like I just jumped to the part that I like. I'm going to put The Hateful Eight in Sweet Suffering. And it's only because literally like the first hour and a half, I was about to die. I feel like, as my mother used to say, it feels like Quentin Tarantino went around the block just to go across the street. Like it was way, way, way too much. Jackie Brown is one of my favorite Quentin Tarantino movies. I freaking love Jackie Brown. That movie is so, oh my God, I love Jackie Brown. So much. So much. Pulp Fiction was big because it was a different type of film and it was a comeback for John Travolta. Yeah, it don't work for me. I always check out. I don't like how it opens with the couple at the diner. I love the segment with John Travolta and Samuel Jackson riding in the car, going up to the kids in the apartment. That whole scene. Then I always check out. First of all, I really don't like Uma Thurman. I'm so sorry. No disrespect to that lady. I don't know her from a hole in the wall, but just as far as a movie fan and an actress, like how we have some actors we really love, some actors we don't, I just cannot really get into Uma Thurman. But her segment with her going out with John Travolta and then they start child, I check out. I can never get past that. I turn the movie off I have tried to see that movie probably 4 times in my whole life. I can never get past that part. I just cannot get into it. It just doesn't work for me. Yes, Hateful Eight is a massively slow burn, and it just doesn't work for me. Like I can't. I've never seen Django Unchained because I don't like watching anything slavery, but I want to see that movie so bad. I've heard nothing but good things about it, and it's Quentin Tarantino, who I love, but I don't want to see slave shit. Like I don't want to see us being treated like we not human. Like I don't like. That's what has kept me from watching that movie. And I was going to see it for the first time this year. I can never like pull the plug. I can never just. I just can't. I can't do it. It never works. It never. It never freaking works for me. I can't. Okay, next we have The Hills Have Eyes, original movie from 1977. 3.5 stars. I really like this. This was actually really, really good, really solid. I feel like if you like The Hills Have Eyes 2000s remake, you should like this one. I do think that one is superior. But this one was really good. I'm going to put this in Sweet Delight. I would probably rewatch this. I really enjoyed it. I like the whole, what do we call these people? Because they're not like inbred, like, because what was that? The nuclear stuff affected them. So I don't know if we call them inbred, but the Hills Have Eyes folk are genuinely really, really creepy to me. I really enjoyed that one. Next we have The Take, also known as Bastille Day. I gave this one 1.5 stars. This is from 2016. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like me giving this 1.5 star. I think that's kind of harsh. I don't know. It might be kind of fair. So The Take is a movie with oh Lord, what's my guy? Idris Elba, where he's like working for the CIA and stuff like that. And one of the Stark kids from Game of Thrones, one of the older brothers is on here. He's a pickpocket. We're over in, where were we at? Were we in Italy? I can't remember what the hell. They somewhere out the United States, child. I can't remember where. But he's a pickpocket. And there's this girl who's about to go bomb someplace with a group, but she was told the place supposed to be empty. She sees people, so she aborts mission. She's on the phone talking to the guy. He's telling her, you got to blow the place up. We got to make a statement. So the old boy who's the pickpocket is eyeing her. And out of all the people he's eyeing as like marks, I'm like, why the hell would you go after her? But he does, because he says the way she was acting, he thought it was something valuable in the bag. He grabs the bag. Now the bomb is inside of a teddy bear. So once he gets the bomb and he looks in the bag, he just takes a cell phone and he just leaves the bag, because there's all he sees is a teddy bear. Now the other group that want to blow something up, they just go detonate that mug. So just as he puts it down and starts to walk, it blows up. People get killed. They got surveillance cameras of him dropping the bag. So of course now they're looking for him as the bomber. And the movie is basically the CIA, because he's an American, they end up sending over Idris Elba to get the kid. He interrogates him. The kid tell him, hey, I'm just a pickpocket. I took the bag from this girl. They track the girl down, track the group down. And it's this whole gotcha where it's like a fake terrorist thing that's happening, really because of crooked cops that want to rob this bank, and they're using this as like a diversion. Y'all, oh God. And I usually like CIA, espionage, action type of movies. This one was literally so formulaic. Like, Idris Elba character, I think this is the least I've ever liked Idris Elba in a role. It felt like he was asleep at the wheel. There was no real energy to his performance for me. And then the pickpocket guy, just throw him all away. Nothing about this worked for me. And this one was also really predictable, because there's this lead guy. I don't know, where the hell were they? I think they were in Italy, child. Yeah, I think they were in Italy. But the Italian lead guy over there who's working with the lead CIA lady, you know he in on the ish. Like, it's so obvious. I'm just like, but I sat through the whole thing. I feel like that's why I halfway feel like 1.5 stars is a little harsh, because it was an entertaining. Like, if it's like a random Wednesday night and you don't have nothing to do, it's an entertaining enough way to kind of kill time if you literally have nothing better to do with your life. I mean, obviously it wasn't a DNF. Like, I sat through it. I saw it out throughout, but man, it was bad. It wasn't good. I feel like it was story-wise and the writing and the characters, like the girl who gets mixed up in this, I don't care about her. Like, and with a story like this, y'all gotta be fun, or I gotta care about you. And I mean, Idris Elba had some good like fight scenes and good action, so like that stuff was good, the hand-to-hand fighting and stuff, but I'll never see it again for the rest of my life. And honestly, it's gonna have to go back on the shelf. And it's on here twice because they messed me up, because it has 2 titles. So I ended up getting The Take and Bastille. It's the same thing, but I'm just going to put them both right there. And then we have Hunter Killer from 2018. If I remember correctly, we did a watch along to this. Lord Jesus, Hunter Killer is a movie that I tried to see like 100 years ago. And I think I saw it, I don't even remember how long, maybe 30 minutes. I was so stressed out. I had to turn the movie off. I have never done that ever. All the horror I've seen, I've never had to turn the movie off because I was like too stressed out. It was a good ass movie. I was just so stressed out. Like, my nerves were tore up. I had to turn it off. Y'all, this is a good ass movie. But I went to finally watch it this year, and I was like, why the hell was I that stressed? Like, that was dramatic. It's not that deep, y'all. It's not that deep. I don't know what I was going through the day that I was trying to watch this years ago, because I went to rewatch it this year, and I was like, when I was trying to pinpoint when, because I don't know how long. I know I didn't sit through it very long. As I was watching it this year, I was trying to pinpoint where exactly did I turn it off at, because I was so stressed out. I cannot figure. Now, A Hunter Killer is a movie about Russia, who we gonna always have as the enemy in these movies, child. And Common is in this movie with his non-acting ass. Yo, Common, no. If Common wasn't a rapper first, because B is my album, I don't think he would be getting cast in these movies. Baby, Common can't act. Common can act as well as like a stack of paper towels can act. Like he is so lifeless. Oh my god, I can't even take it. But we have this whole thing where we Gerard Butler is in like this submarine and near Russia. Russia ends up having a whole situation where this one military guy wants to take out the president so he could do some dirt, and we got to try to go save the Russian president, and we seeing operatives over there. They're on the ground, and we need Gerard Butler submarine to go get them. And there was this whole fake attack where Russia actually bombed their own Russian submarine under the guise that America bombed it. So Gerard Butler submarine ends up rescuing the Russian people that survived, and he has to convince the Russian captain to work with him so that he can make it through Russian waters without getting killed, so they can save the Russian president. It's a good ass movie. I gave it 4 stars. I don't know if I already said that. I gave it 4 out of 5 stars on Letterboxd. I just don't know why the hell I was so stressed out the first time I tried. It's literally not that deep, but it's a good ass movie. And it is extremely, extremely intense. I really cared when the operatives was on the ground and it was trying to get the Russian president and trying not to get found out. And then once we do get into the fight and they're trying to run, like I cared about that little group of military people. Like it was like real hectic, but I don't know why I was so dramatic that I had to turn a movie off years ago. Like it wasn't that deep, but I'm going to put this all the way at the top. I thought this was, wait, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to put this, I was about to think of the rewatch value. That's why I was about to hesitate and drop it down one more. I don't see myself like running to rewatch this a ton, but I probably would rewatch it eventually. Very, very good. Like I was so into, like it is stressful as hell. But not enough to have to run out and then cut the movie out. I don't know why I did that. I was dramatic as hell years ago for some reason. But if you're really into, and I feel like it's not even, because I'm not really a fan of like war movies, but it's kind of, I don't know what you can, I don't know. I've kind of considered it maybe war adjacent type of movie because it's military, but we have the stuff happening with the people in America that's trying to make the decisions, the group over in Russia on the ground, Gerard Butler in the submarine. Like it's a lot of moving parts, but it makes sense. It flows, very well written, and it's a very contained story. Like it doesn't run on longer than it needs to. I think the runtime is perfect. Like everything works very, very, very well paced. I was so into this. Oh my Lord Jesus. And y'all know I always say Gerard Butler has the worst catalog in Hollywood. He picks the worst movies, but every once, because I feel like he just take any check. Him and Frank Grillo will take any check. But with that, he has a few gems in the catalog, and this is absolutely one of them. Next, we have The Silencing. What the hell was this? The Silencing. Let me look this up. I don't remember this. I don't remember this one. The Silencing from 2020. A reformed hunter becomes involved in a deadly game of cat and mouse when he and the local sheriff set out to track a vicious killer who may have kidnapped his daughter years ago. What? Oh Lord, I did not remember this. It looked like Cersei Lannister brother, twin brother she was in love with, is in this. I do not remember this. A reformed hunter living in isolation on a wildlife sanctuary becomes involved in a deadly game of cat and mouse when he and the local sheriff set out to track a vicious killer who may have kidnapped his daughter years ago. What the hell is this? Oh, okay, wait a minute. I remember. Okay, because y'all can't see it, but I'm watching the preview play. Okay. Oh, damn it. The lady from Mission Impossible, that Dead Reckoning, who I couldn't stand. Okay, now I remember it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh Lord. Yo, I see a lot of movies this year. Like I need to refresh my I'm sorry, I gotta refresh my memory on some of these. Okay. I remember the silent scene. This was actually a good movie. Yo, don't put this as like forgettable, like I said with F Mary Kill. It's just charge it to the fact that I saw a lot of goddamn movies this year. This was actually really good. Okay, so we have the Lannister guy who there's a serial killer in this town that he lives in. His daughter was kidnapped and killed years prior, and he lives off like very secluded by himself with this animal sanctuary thing. He has like these cameras out in the woods because you're only allowed to hunt during certain times. So that's his whole job, right? With one of his cameras out in the woods, he discovers a killer and this young girl, and he goes to rescue her. And if I remember correctly, she couldn't say nothing to him. I think her tongue was cut out, if I remember correctly. But he ends up stumbling across that, right? Now, the sheriff is this blonde white lady who suspects that her brother is the serial killer. So when the Lannister guy tries to go to her for help, she shoots him to let the killer get away. Like, it's so crazy. It's actually a really, really, really good movie. You have the whole situation where the Lannister guy is trying to get this serial killer. He wants to help the girl, but he also wants to get revenge for his daughter that the serial killer was one of the serial killer victims years prior. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they never found his daughter. I don't know. I can't remember that part. I want to say they never found the daughter's body or something like that. But he ends up having to go through that, but also work against the sheriff who, when she does her whole thing, she puts out a lie that he actually is the killer. So he has to try to evade the law enforcement, try to track down the killer, figure out who the killer is. It's really good. It's really good. I don't know if I said, but I gave this 3 out of 5 on Letterboxd. I had a good time with this one. Really solid. Now, it's not an action-packed movie, but it's very more like character-driven storyline because it's really following that Lannister guy and where he is and trying to get this serial killer. It's not action-packed, and it even also follows the character with the sheriff and like her younger brother, and there's a whole backstory with them. So it's not like fast-paced action. It's a little, I won't say it's not slowly paced. It's deliberately paced. There's some, lower moments, but I love this one. I am going to put this at the top in sweet delight. Really good time with that one. A movie I liked with Idris Elba and Gerard Butler, Rock and Roller, directed by Guy Ritchie. I know that movie, but I've never seen it. It just feels like not my cup of tea. I just never had any interest. I mean, it's stressful, but it wasn't so dramatic that I had to cut it off. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that at all. Let me see. Next, we have Near Dark that I saw for the first time this year. 1987 vampire movie. Looks like I gave this 3 stars on Letterboxd. I don't know why the hell I ranked it that high. I didn't really care for this. Maybe I ranked it high because of my guy. It's a vampire movie where we have this group of vampires, and one of the group is a younger girl. She goes to turn another young guy, like late teen, whatever, so she could have somebody, and he wants to like join the whole vampire gang until he has to kill humans. He don't really want to kill no humans. I think my favorite about the movie is Bill Paxton. Bill Paxton plays one of the vampires. Absolute standout. And there's a really good bar scene with the vampires, but I wasn't overly impressed with this. I don't know why the hell I gave this 3. 3 stars is real high. I really think it must have been because of Bill Paxton. Even the way, because he wants to be be accepted with the vampires, but he doesn't want to kill humans. When he finally just reconciles the fact that he cannot kill humans and tries to like abscond from the vampires. Well, he has not a brother, he has a sister and he has a dad that actually is out looking for him, and just so happened to be at the same hotel that the vampires are at, and the vampires end up going to get the sister and dad to kill them. Now the vampires don't know that's his family when they first grab him, so he come in like, hey, that's my dad, and he saved them. If I remember correctly, it just so happened to be like turning to daylight, so he goes back with the family. The dad ends up curing him, and we still got to fight the vampires, of course. I wasn't a big fan. It didn't really work for me. Oopsie. Didn't mean to click that. The only reason that I am not going to put Near Dark and go back on the shelf is because of Bill Paxton's performance. So I'm gonna put it down here in Sweet Suffering. Then we have Oppenheimer, which you're going to see some of the 2023 watches that I didn't get around to until January. Obviously, this is from last year, Christopher Nolan. I pulled the DNF on this, so this is going to go in the did not finish category. Just wasn't for me. And going into it, I knew it wasn't going to be for me. I think I made it maybe 20 minutes into the movie, and I just couldn't do it. Not a story I'm interested in. It just, and nothing about it. I was bored. 9 times out of 10, if I pull a DNF, it's because I'm bored. Next we have Leatherface from 2017. I gave this 1.5 stars. What is this supposed to be, like a prequel for Texas Chainsaw? This story felt so confusing to me as far as it connecting to Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Somebody get all their kids taken away or whatever, and they in this facility, and she keep coming up to the facility. One of them is Leatherface, or who, Leatherface before he's Leatherface. They end up breaking out of this place, and he turns into Leatherface. Y'all, I can't. The only reason I saw this was because when I was strolling online on social media, somebody posted a still, and the guy was sitting in the car. His face was like ripped up, and I was like, "Oh my god, what movie is that from?" And they said Leatherface, so I went to see it. No. This was bad. This was really, really bad. I am going to put Leatherface and go back on the shelf. Like, please go away. Now, once we get to the climactic, like, third act sequence, because they end up leaving, breaking out of that little facility, and this cop is tracking them down, who was a asshole cop. And it all comes to a head. That little third act sequence, I found that entertaining enough. Like, I had fun with that part, but the movie is a mess, absolute mess. Next we have Post from 2001. This is the Asian original, not the terrible American remake. And this is one of my watches that I consider a first time watch because I cannot remember it. I saw Post 1,000 years ago when I was a kid, and it was literally like a first time watch, so I'm including it because I literally did not remember anything about the movie. But 5 stars across the board. This is masterful. Excuse me. Post, for me, it was able to do things that horror just cannot really do for me. Like, I thought this was genuinely some of the most like creepy, disturbing, make your skin crawl imagery and story, like, bar none. Foreign film be knowing, like, I just cannot get what I can get from foreign film from Western cinema. It's be another level. Like, them people sick. Like, they mind can go places and think of things, man. Okay, yeah, Post is going to the top. Post is amazing. If you don't know, Post is a story about this kid in college, and this like supernatural thing in a technology that's taking people out, making you take yourself out, and he tries to escape it and fight through it. Him and this girl. I don't want to say too much about it. Just see the movie. Like, just go into it. It's amazing. Promising Young Woman from 2020. I gave this 4 stars. Promising Young Woman is about a girl who life was affected when she was in college. Her best friend was essayed and ended up taking her own life. And now she is on a path of revenge. The movie gets very dark and very bleak. And for me, there's a realism to the movie that I feel like works really well for me. And I wouldn't consider this is not a typical like essay revenge movie. The essay of her best friend is just a backstory. We don't see like it's not like I spit on your grave where like we follow someone, they get assaulted, it's revenge. It's just a backstory. So that we know the motivations of our main character. And it's just so tragic and beautiful. Just a great story. The way her whole life literally derails and goes off the edge because of what happened to her friend. And this path of revenge, let me not say too much, but a revenge tale 9 times out of 10 only goes one way. If you know the saying about revenge, then you know. I am going to put this in sweet delight. I will probably never rewatch this, but it's just because of the subject matter. It was a really, really great movie, but for me, it's a one and done. Wind Chill from 2007. I gave this 2.5 stars. Wind Chill is about 2 college students who are driving home for the holidays, but it's like a ride share type of thing where they don't really know each other, but the guy knows of her, has a crush on her. She starts getting like icky vibes from him. He goes off the main road trying to take a scenic route. They get like stuck. She's feeling like he did it on purpose. It's a horror movie. So we have like this, when he goes off to the side road, like eerie supernatural stuff starts to happen. It was okay. It was fine. Happy I saw it. Will never see it again. Just a middle of the road type of movie. Next we have Pieces from 1982. Babe, I gave this 1 star. I gave this 1 star. The only thing, I can't even remember what the movie is about. Let me look up the synopsis. But the main thing I remember is that really bad over the top 80s acting. And the fact that literally every single solitary woman in the movie dies topless. That's literally the only thing I remember. A frustrated Boston detective searches for the maniac responsible for mutilating a number of university co-eds. Yeah, I hated this movie. If I'm not, okay, yeah, it opens up where the killer is a kid. And he likes to take like Playboy magazines or whatever you call that type of magazine and cut the naked women bodies into pieces. And like his mom comes in, starts berating him. Like that's how the movie opens. So that's why it's called Pieces. He's obsessed with like not just women's naked bodies, but like obviously chopping them up into pieces. I hated this movie. Just typical 80s movie of why I really don't care for the 80s. This can go back on the shelf. That's going at the bottom. Next we have Initiation from 2020. What the hell is this movie about? I know they were on a college campus, but I can't remember what the actual like movie is about. Was this a Tubi movie? During a university pledge week, the carefree partying turns deadly when brutal murders start befalling the students, sending Ellery into a race against time to uncover the truth behind the school's dark secrets and the horrifying meaning of a reoccurring symbol. A single exclamation. What? What the hell is I cannot remember this one. I feel like, is this not what I was thinking it was? Because I thought this was the one where it's like a black girl and they're on this college campus. Let me see. Let me let the trailer play because what the hell is this? Wilton University unravels the night a star athlete is murdered, kicking off a spree of social media slangs that force students to uncover the truth behind the school's hidden secrets and horrifying. What was this? Okay, I'm playing the preview because baby, what is this not what I thought? Where is the black girl that I thought was in here? Is this not what I thought it was? I cannot remember this dumbass movie. Oh my God. None of this is ringing bells for me. Obviously a forgettable ass movie. This isn't like the other one that it jogged my memory with the one with the Lannister guy, I could vividly remember it. I cannot remember this movie. I'm literally watching this entire. Oh shoot, I do remember this movie. Why did I think it was a black girl in here? There's no black girl. Okay, soon as they just showed the scene of the young man on the toilet, it jogged my memory. Oh my Lord Jesus. Okay, I'm sorry. This was a stupid movie. So Initiation is and it's stupid, but I did have a little fun with it. But I gave it 2 out of 5. I had a little fun with it. It's one of those like so bad it's good kind of watches for me. Not very good though. Like not but I had some fun with it. It's a bad movie that I had fun with. But these stupid guys, because we only ever write the most vile men ever, but the stupid college guys like take like when they hook up with girls, they get like naked pictures or something of them. They put them on social media and like rank the girls or whatever. And they end up start getting killed off one by one. And come to find out, there's like a oh no, that would have been a spoiler. I don't know if y'all want to watch it. Let me not spoil it. But it's pretty much a bunch of people of the men start getting killed off on campus because of, well, seemingly you think it's because of what they were doing to the girls, but then the girls end up having a killer come after them. So I ain't gonna spoil it, but it's a bad movie, but I had fun. I am going to put this in Sweet Suffering. Look, it's a bad movie. It's bad. It's not very good. The acting is terrible, but I got fun out of it. Oh my God. Critical thinker. I'm no Nolan fan. He's overrated in my opinion. I love Christopher Nolan. Absolutely not overrated. Oppenheimer just isn't my vibe, but I love Christopher Nolan. Great director. I have fun with his stuff. And next we have, this is another one that was basically a first time watch because I saw it once and didn't remember it. Even as I was watching the movie, nothing was ringing bells. So it literally felt like a first time watch. But I have Mike Flanagan's Hush from 2016. This is one of the movies that made me start my physical media collection this year because I was trying to find Hush for 1,100,000 years. To the point that I just can't remember the movie no more. All I remembered was that I loved it, but I literally couldn't remember anything. And it came to streaming this year. I think it also went to physical media this year. But as I was watching it, I kept thinking something was going to ring up, but I could not remember the movie at all. It legit felt like a first time watch. But I hated this movie. I give it 1 star. Hush is about a deaf woman who ends up in like a home invasion type of situation, and she's trying to survive the night and fight against this intruder. Kate, what's her name? Kate Flanagan, Mike Flanagan's wife is the lead here. Y'all, I don't know. Oh God, some movies I can watch and really hate it, and then time passes and I rewatch it and I love it. This was the opposite. I remember that I loved this movie. I hated this. It felt so painfully contrived. Like everything that happened felt like the writer just wanted it to happen, so they just made it happen. And it was pissing me off so freaking bad. I couldn't take it. This can go back on the shelf. Like, get the hell out of here. I can't. The Devil's Candy from 2015. I gave this 4 stars. This seemingly feels like the typical family moves into a new house and it's haunted type of thing, but it's a whole nother level. It feels very like rock and roll, edgy horror type of thing. We have a family, it's a mom, dad, and like a teen daughter who move into this house, and there's this weird like history with the house, and some guy breaks into the house to kidnap the daughter. She ends up being able to get free, but he like keeps kidnapping her. Like, it's so insane. But at the same time, the house is haunted and it's doing something to them. Y'all, watch it. Literally amazing. One of my favorite horror movies I saw this year. I'm putting that all the way to the top. I should have been saw this movie. I don't know how this escaped me. I feel like I never heard of this movie until I saw it this year. I think I saw it free on was it on AMC Plus? I think it was. Next we have Don't Go Into the House from 1979. It looks like I gave this 2.5 stars on Letterboxd. I don't know why I rated it so low, because I feel like I have fond feelings for this movie. Tyra from Struggle Reviews TV calls this a Psycho ripoff, but I like this a lot more than Psycho. Don't Go Into the House is about a guy who he's an adult male, lives with his mother, overbearing mother. She dies, and he can finally go out and kill women. But y'all, it was okay. I think I'm starting to remember why I gave it such a low score. It was stupid as hell. I think it was like I think I loved it more so the idea of the movie, but it gets so ridiculous. You know how every movie the killer has like their weapon, right? Like a machete or knives for fingers. Do you want to know what the weapon is in this movie? It's a goddamn blowtorch. And it would be so stupid. I would be seeing like, what did this nigga get a blowtorch? Like, it was so outlandish. Like, the movie is ridiculous, but I really liked it. I had a lot of fun with this movie. I don't know why. I do know why I rated it so low, because yeah, but I was able to have fun with it. I'm gonna put this in middle of the road, because yeah, it's and it came out in 79, but it does feel like that 80s like cheese and bad acting. Oh my god, that over the top bad 80s acting kills me, and it's in this movie. But I have fun with this movie. Next we have Severance from 2006. I saw this because what was that movie? There was a movie that came out on Netflix that I didn't know was a remake of a foreign film. This is the foreign film it was a remake of. I can't think of the name, but Severance from 2006. Severance is about a like group of co-workers who go on like this team building trip, but end up in the middle of a situation where people get killed off one by one. It's horror comedy, very gory, very bloody, and it's comedy, some dark comedy. I had a lot of fun with this movie. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars. I am going to put this up in sweet delight. Y'all know I love a foreign film, and I'm not typically a fan of comedy in my horror, but I feel like was this British? I can't remember. Don't let me lie to y'all. I can't remember, because I was about to say something about British humor, but I can't remember if this was. Wait, do British people speak another language, or do they speak English? Because these people wasn't speaking English. Yeah, I'm just okay. I guess I ain't very cultured, because I'm saying like, wait, do British people? Because they were not speaking English in the movie. Whatever, don't let me lie to y'all. It's a foreign film. It was subtitles. They weren't speaking English. I don't know why I started thinking about British humor. I guess because it was like a little dark humor to the movie, but yeah, I don't think they were British. I think, don't British people speak English? Okay, let me Google this so I don't sound like an idiot. Do British people speak English. Yes. Okay. So they weren't. They weren't British. I feel like an idiot. Next, we have a movie that is not like the others. Don't ask me why I watched this. Stolen Baby, The Murder of Heidi Broussard. This is a Lifetime movie from 2023. I gave it 2 out of 5 stars. I mean, it's a Lifetime movie, baby. It wasn't very good. But it's based on a true story. It is the story of a woman who is pregnant and her best friend murders her and steals her baby to pass it off as her own. Very sad, very tragic story. I was very into the actual like story of it, but I mean it's Lifetime, y'all. So that means the execution wasn't very, it wasn't a very good movie. But I mean, I personally think it was worth the watch. I'm happy I saw it. I'm gonna put it in the middle of the road because the bar is not very high. I mean, it's Lifetime, but I did have I enjoyed it. I thought they actually did well with like setting up the dynamics of the friendship because you get to kind of go back a little, but we also follow them, obviously, the current in adulthood when the friend is pregnant and all of that stuff, and you get to follow how inept cops always are. Of course, they were like looking at the husband, blaming the husband, thinking he had something to do with it. I wish we could have kind of fleshed out the friend that killed her and stole the baby a little more. You can kind of fill in holes for yourself as the audience, but I just would have liked a little more understanding of how she was able, like how you could do that to like a lifelong friend. But I mean, it's pretty obvious in the movie something was always kind of off with her, and the girl was basically, who was the pregnant one who got attacked, was basically just like a really, really nice person who, even though the girl was odd, she wanted to befriend her. Like none of the other friends really liked the girl. So, no good deed goes unpunished, as they say. Next we have, what the hell is this? What is this? Oh, Meander. I'm like, what the hell? What the hell was this movie about? Lord Jesus, y'all. Bear with me. Let me look this synopsis up too. Meander from 2020. After getting a car ride from an unknown man, Lisa wakes up in a tube. Oh, I remember this. So Meander, I gave this 2 out of 5. Pretty like unique, interesting idea, but didn't really work too well for me. But basically, we have this woman, kind of wayward woman, if I remember correctly. She hitchhikes. She gets a ride from a strange guy. He ends up attacking her and knocking her out, holding her hostage. She wakes up like in this endless, like kind of maze-like tube. She has this little device on her wrist. It's kind of like Saw, in a sense that in the tubes there's a bunch of like traps she has to try to survive. But then it goes off the rails because it gets, I think it was like aliens or something. Like it gets really weird. And she was supposed to like learn something. And y'all, it went off. It went off the rails. It really went to the left. Lord Jesus. This can go back on the shelf. Yeah. I think I could have went my whole life without seeing that movie. Like some stuff, like Wind Chill, I wasn't the biggest fan, but I'm happy I saw it. It was fun. But Meander, yeah, no, that movie can kind of go to hell. Next we have a movie that I don't know why the hell it took me so long to finally see these movies. Like people have raved about these movies forever, but The Raid from 2011, as much as I love foreign films, as much as I love action films, I do not know why it took me so long to watch this, but The Raid is a foreign film. I think is it India or Indonesia? I think it's Indonesia. Please don't let me lie to y'all. I can't remember. Don't quote me. I think Indonesia, because it has my guy that I really, really love who stars in this. I think he's Indonesian. I feel like my tolerance is getting low because I'm feeling a little loopy. Oh Jesus. Let me slow down on my margarita. The Raid Redemption from 2011. I gave this 4 out of 5 stars. I don't know why I didn't give this 5 stars. Why didn't I give this 5? Maybe I think the story might be a little weaker than the action. The action is 5-star. But The Raid is a foreign film about a SWAT team that goes into this building to go and get like a real what do you want to call him? I do want to call everybody a mob boss. I guess he's just like a lead head villain. And of course, mayhem ensues. We're in over our head because the villain has his own little army. Like he kind of owns this whole apartment building. And we basically spend the movie with the cops trapped in this apartment building, trying to fight for their life and fight their way out. I'm putting this at the top. Like this was amazing. And you know what? I'm thinking of the sequel when I said the story was weaker than the action. Why didn't I give this 5 stars? Why did I only give this? I cannot recall why I only gave this 4 stars and not 5. Because the sequel was the one with the weaker story. Now that I'm thinking about it, but this was amazing. This was really good. Next we have Mother Android from 2021. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars. Kind of slowly paced, but I really enjoyed this. So Mother Android is a movie about like evil AI, evil robots that end up taking over. The movie starts where it's pretty much like how mankind is just living with robots, but then all of a sudden they turn evil, they start to kill people. And right as this pops off, this like college girl finds out she's pregnant, and her boyfriend end up trying to escape all of this together. And they're pretty much trying to trek across all of this dangerous territory so that she can get somewhere safe to have the baby. But the android people be looking like they human. So it's like a lot of little parts to it where you can't really tell if you're in danger yet because they'll look human. There was some weak spots with character building with the story, but I really enjoyed this. I'm really glad I watched it. I would probably rewatch it. I'm gonna put this up in sweet delight. And it may be that high just because I personally really enjoyed it. But I would say it's more so a middle of the road type of watch. I would recommend it. I do think it's worth it, but it's definitely pretty flawed. Next, we have a movie Tyra told me to watch that I hated. Contracted from 2013. I gave this 2 out of 5 stars. Contracted is a movie about a woman who gets SA'd at a party, and the man who SA's her passes on a like STD type of disease, but it's like a STD to like crazy, like zombie-esque levels, but not zombie, but zombie-like. I hated this movie. I really love the idea of this movie. I just didn't like the execution. Like, I don't like the essay part. I don't know why she couldn't have just been hoeing around and just consented. I don't know why we had to have her be essay. Like, it irks me so bad. But I do like the idea of like this STD type of not supernatural, zombie-esque disease that is passed when you have sex with somebody. I like the way like she physically transforms in the movie as the infection gets like the days pass by and the infection gets worse. Oh, but Lord Jesus, this movie pissed me off so bad. Because there's a guy who, first of all, he saw her get essayed, didn't do nothing to help her, even though he supposedly has a crush on her. But also, she's looking really messed up as this infection is really getting in. If I remember correctly, like her skin looks bad, her fingernails are falling off, like she looks disgusting. She got SARS and cold sores all over her. Like she looked nasty. The nigga still trying to have sex with her, even though she looks nasty, and it was pissing me off. And she's had, but I do understand like kind of the connotation and what they're trying to say in the movie about like some men and like you know, sex and men attracted to people, because he's so focused on, he just want to screw the girl. She upset and talking to him because all this stuff is happening to her. He ain't even looking at the girl. Because she looks nasty. He just focused on, and I hate when movies do. You know how in a movie a girl be like crying or something, the guy just kiss her, like no, this ain't that moment. And he does that in the moment, ends up having sex with her. And when he goes, how do I say this for YouTube so I don't get he goes to pull his pencil out of the pencil sharpener, if you get what I'm trying to say, and these little maggots fall out of her pencil sharpener. Then all of a sudden, and I'm like, you dumb motherfucker. You, like, she looks like a walking plague, and you still try to screw her. It pissed me off so bad. But don't worry, to the men who get upset when men be portrayed a certain way, there's a dumbass girl who tries to screw her when she's looking nasty like that. So I do that's why I say I like a lot. Oh, damn, about to knock my margarita over. I like a lot of the ideas in the movie and like how we are as people and how it comes to like sexuality and having sex with people and consent and all of this other stuff. But it was pissing me off because it just felt so stupid. And I get it. Okay, people will just be trying to screw somebody, but you cannot tell me that you, like, he didn't look at, how do you go screw somebody? You didn't even look at the girl. He didn't even look at her. She looked like a walking plague. And like they had it with like her hair, because he's sitting next to her as she's like talking about all this stuff. And her hair is kind of down. But you ain't gonna pull her hair back, look at her face, kiss her. Like, you just gonna screw the girl. Like, oh, it just pissed me off so bad. But actually, the girl that tried to screw her was worse, because the girl looked in her face and kissed her nasty, crusty, dusty, cracked out lips. Oh, God, yeah. But also, I did feel like the movie... It was too like on the same wavelength the whole time. Like the energy never went up. There was no real like climactic moment. It just stayed very even keel, which didn't work for me. Yeah. Love the idea though. Really love the idea. No, the 2 stars has nothing to do with the fact that I didn't like the essay in the movie. No, not at all. The 2 stars is just for the movie itself. But hey, this is just my opinion because Tyra loved the movie. That was just it for me though. It wasn't working. It wasn't working. This movie contracted. It might have been a remake of a Canadian film made in the early 1970s. The woman becomes a vampire type to survive. I've never heard of that. What is it called? Do you remember the name of the movie? It's always so funny to me when I watch stuff and I don't even know it's a remake. Like, I will never forget way back in the day. Do y'all remember that movie with Ethan Hawke and Lawrence Fishburne called Assault on Precinct 13? I love that movie. I didn't know till like 100 years later it was a remake. Like, I had no idea. That's always so funny to me. I'm still on Nolan's side. The Dark Knight Rises is being micro over analyzed now. Which one? I'm trying to think. Which one is I've only ever seen The Dark Knight. And then there was a movie that came out after The Dark Knight where like the guy who was the villain had like this thing over his face and his weird voice. I saw that movie for like 10 minutes and I cut it off because his voice was just aggravating me. Was that The Dark Knight Rises? Why are people micro over analyzing it? But it's like the thing that's really interesting to me is like, it's just obviously I'm doing this on YouTube now, but like since I was a kid, like me and my mother's thing was always like really talking and delving and dissecting movies after we watched it. And like I never met anyone who does that. Like I watch movies with people and it's just like, yeah, it was good, and then that's just like it. Or I didn't like it, so I be like, we ain't gonna really delve into it. But it's kind of like a two. What is that saying? Is it a two-headed dragon? A double-edged sword. Where did I get two-headed dragon from? It's like a double-edged sword because for me, I love doing that. Even if I love a movie and have fun with it, I still like to kind of dissect it and kind of. I don't know if I consider it over analyzing though, but I do love to do that. But I will say now that I have a YouTube channel, it will get kind of tiring. Like when I was taking like a little break from YouTube, it felt so much fun to just be binging movies and not have to like sit in front of a camera and really dissect and talk about. I don't know. It did feel like it was kind of taking the fun out of it, even though in my regular mood, that's part of the fun is kind of talking about it. But yeah, I do think there can be a sense of like over dissecting something. But on the flip side, I do think it's fun, and I do think it's necessary to critique even the things we like. But you know, fandoms be crazy though. So people can kind of go, you know, real psychotic. Next we have Would You Rather from 2012. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars. Would You Rather is a story about it's like a horror movie about a group of desperate people who get invited to a dinner from a very wealthy man, and they are promised like $1 million. I can't remember the amount of money, but they're promised a lot of money if they play this game, Would You Rather. Whoever is the last one standing gets the money, but unbeknownst to them, it is a pretty deadly game. I would probably never rewatch this, but it was enjoyable. It was interesting, especially when it comes to like the game and all the stuff they have to do to each other, where it's like, you know, cut your eyeball out, but it's a would you rather. So it's like, would you rather cut your eyeball out, or would you rather me strangle you for 20 seconds? So like that part was pretty good. But I'm sorry, but I am this person when I watch movies, and it is a knock to the movie. Like, I'm sorry, that's just me. But we got a whole table full of people, one person black. Why we only got one black person? Like, why we gotta have like 5 white men and like 3 white women and what? Like, why we can't have no other black people? I'm sorry, that irks me. But then there's a character that's black that's not at the table. That's like another part of the movie. Such a useless throwaway character. Like, it pissed me off what they did with that character. It really made no sense at all. I really like the guy that plays the villain. I can't think of his name, but he's from Reanimator and The Frighteners. He's, you know, that weird white guy. He always play a weirdo. I love him. So I liked him as the villain. But before things really pop off, it was kind of drab for me. And then it's very obvious where the movie is going to go at the very end, which a movie being predictable isn't always a knock, but in this case, it very much was for me personally. Next we have The Prowler from 1981. What the hell was this? Oh, I remember this one. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars. And The Prowler, for me, I feel like this is the gold standard of like a slasher villain for me. Love this villain. Love the look. Love the backstory, because you know men gonna always catch strays, because why the hell is the villain origin story the fact that old boy goes to war and his girlfriend don't want to wait for him, and that turns him into a mass murderer? Like, it took one woman to break your heart, and you the final girl, the lead girl, she's pretty drab for me. Everything with the actual villain is really enjoyable. The kills are fine. Like, I like the kills, but it kind of by the numbers. But I mean, I'm gonna put it middle of the road. But everything with the actual it's a good movie. I think I rewatched it already this year. I think I've seen it twice. As far as 80s goes, it's definitely one of the better slashers of that era. VH1 VH why did I say VH1? Oh, VHS from 2012. I did not finish this. And you know what? Don't even take my opinion with a grain of salt, because I don't even like found footage. But VHS is one of those movies that people always rave about. So I tried to see it. Did not work for me. Like, I'm so sorry. When the movie opens, we have to see vile men just doing vile things. Sorry, that does not appeal to me. I did not enjoy that. I was like, baby, where is the horror? So I started like fast forwarding to get to the horror. So I pretty much fast forward to just So VH1, if you're not familiar, why the hell do I keep saying VH1? VHS, if you're not familiar, is kind of like anthology, pretty much found footage where these people break into a house. There's like a VHS tape and it goes through like different segments. One is like these guys in this motel, there's another one, people in the woods. So it's like different stuff. In every situation, I just kept fast forwarding to try to get to the horror. I was not into it. I did not enjoy it. But like I said, take my opinion with a grain of salt, because I don't like it was I don't know if it's just me. I do not understand why we write. I don't want to see vile men just doing viles. Like, I don't enjoy following that. Like, I got nothing out of that. It didn't work for me. It didn't work for me. It is funny, and I am making fun of it, because I swear to God, a man will be bitter and talking about the light-skinned girl in fourth grade that dissed him. Like, if you don't like, baby, you're 30. Like, it's funny. Yes, I'm gonna laugh at the heartbreak, because it don't make no sense. Like, don't get bitter till you're like 50 and you've been done wrong like 12 times. You cannot be bitter because of something. You got your heart broken one time. Like, calm down, baby. Hey, Anakin, not Vader. Thank you so much for being here in the live. Shout out to you. Next we have the Joker from not the Joker, just Joker from 2019. I gave this 4 out of 5 stars. I like this a lot more when I rewatched it. I saw it, I think, earlier this year, and then I rewatched it maybe like a few months later. Characters driven movie. I'm beyond it. Look, it was a little too slow for me. Like, I couldn't get into it. But when I rewatched it, it was a lot of those slow moments and like building the what was his name? Because he wasn't called the Joker. I can't think. Building Joaquin Phoenix character that I appreciated a lot more the second time. But it's a lot that is genuinely gold in here once it starts to like really build its momentum. And Robert De Niro giving performances like this late in his career, so awe-inspiring. The whole talk show segment at the very end of the movie was like cinematic gold. Okay, like, I was obsessed. I am going to put this in. Don't want to put. Yeah, I'm put at the very top. Next we have. I'm finna try and like kind of rush through these, child. We got a lot. Tango and Cash from 1989. I gave this 2 stars. Sylvester Stallone, like, little buddy cop movie. Well, not really buddy cop, because it's not like comedy, but Kurt Russell. It's these 2 like hard-nosed cops, and it's like this villain who gotta like, I think he wanted to like pin something on them for them to be crooked cops so he can like go do his dirt. They end up going to prison, and it's a whole I wasn't really feeling it. I'm gonna put this down and go back on the shelf. It didn't work for me. But again, that's not my era. Isolation from 2005. I gave this 4 out of 5 stars. Am always intentionally trying to find horror with black people, with black final girls. Um, that's how I came across Isolation. Isolation is about this girl and her boyfriend. They're kind of like living in this camper on this guy's land, like farmland. It's some kind of experiments going on. It turns into like a creature feature. I am going to put this all the way up here at do I want to put it all the way to the top? I'm gonna put this in the top. I'm gonna put that in the top. I really like that movie. It was really good. I have yet to rewatch it. I need to rewatch it. I had a lot of fun with that. Okay, sorry. Got to respond to this message. Sorry. Oh Lord Jesus. Okay, y'all, let's pause for an intermission really quick. I'm so sorry.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Let's get back to things. Let me try to get my mind right and get back on task. Um I can't. Okay. Deep Fear from 2023. I gave this 1.5 stars. Deep Fear is about a girl who's out on a boat in the middle of the sea. She sees some people stranded. She pulls them up. Come to find out they're drug dealers, and she's like a deep sea diver. And their ship sunk. They force her to go down there to retrieve their drugs, but there's like a shark in the water that she has to try to survive. So she has to try to survive the shark in the water and the drug dealers on her boat. This was just your basic generic little low budget little shark movie. Yeah, that can go back on the shelf. Next, we have Don't Knock Twice from 2016. I also gave this 1.5 stars on Letterboxd. Don't Knock Twice is a movie about like this like little legend in a neighborhood about the house of this old lady who died, where if you knock on her door, like you get haunted and something tries to like kill you or whatever. Well, not try to kill you, try to kill you. And this lady who child was put in like foster care is tangled up in this, and she gets her like back, and she's having to try to like figure out this whole curse. Again, generic run of the mill just little horror movie. I am putting that at the bottom as well. Now I will say no. I was I was gonna say maybe it might be worth the watch, but no, that movie was trash. Um next we have Wolf Creek, which I saw for the first time this year. I hated this movie. This is from 2005. It's a slasher about the Australian outback, where people who go visit and backpack through there. There's an Australian guy who like tortures and like kills you and stuff like that. I gave this 1.5 stars. I just said the other day, I was talking to somebody who said I'm a harsh critic, and I said I'm not. 1.5 might be a little harsh for Wolf Creek. I'm not gonna put it in go back on the shelf. I'm gonna put it up a little higher because I do want to rewatch this. Maybe I'll have a different experience next time. But like the group that we were dealing with got on my nerve. I didn't like any of them. I didn't. The villain was fine here. I like the villain more in Wolf Creek 2. It's a lot that just didn't work for me. But I do want to rewatch it and give it a chance. The Vigilante from 2023. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars. Now, that is a pretty high rating. Okay, but let's put this into perspective. This is a Tubi original. The Vigilante is about a woman who comes home from the military with like PTSD. She comes home to find that her teenage little sister has been kidnapped, and the cops tell her there's like this child sex slave ring human trafficking thing, and she doesn't want to wait or rely on the police to find her sister, so she's the vigilante and she's taking it into her own hands. It's flawed, but I actually really enjoyed this. I would absolutely rewatch it. It feels like a low budget I don't want to say generic, but kind of teeters in that territory. But the acting is solid. The villainous characters are good villainous characters. They're solid. They are kind of cardboard cutout villainous characters, but I mean, they do human trafficking. I mean, like, it's a certain type that they write when it comes to those characters. Now, the subject matter is dark, where it's these kids being human trafficked, but you don't see anything happen to them. You just know what happens to them, but you don't see anything happen. There's also, for me, a third act showdown, like big fight, that I really enjoyed. Oh, and another thing that I feel like makes the movie interesting is the fact that she has this PSD that affects her, and it will hit when she need to be fighting bad guys. I thought that added a really good like tension, which it does feel a little contrived. Like, she's in the midst of trying to fight these bad guys and stuff, and it just so happened that the little PTSD fit will hit her. But I thought it added a good little tension to the situation. I'm gonna put this in the middle because I don't want to jump off the cliff. I wanted to put it up here in Sweet Delight, but I don't want to jump off the cliff. I would recommend it, but go in with expectations tempered. Okay, I had fun with it. Next we have The Wailing from 2016. I was so excited to see this movie. I absolutely love Asian horror. I absolutely thought that I would love this, and I did not. The Wailing is a story about like this little town. Child, I feel like I don't even know what the hell. Couldn't even really fuck. Okay, so it's like possession going on or something like that. This movie did not work for me. I've heard so many people say like it's so like disturbing and it's scary and I'm sitting here thinking I was gonna get something really dark, but it actually starts off like a little too comedic for me. Like we follow this cop. His daughter ends up eventually being possessed. But he's like this bumbling idiot. Like, I was like, am I supposed to take these cops serious? Like, that whole tone that it had, like, that didn't work for me. Now, it does start to shift into like a darker tone, but that just threw me for the whole movie. I was just like, why is he acting like a little like bumbling, incompetent idiot cop? Like, it does end very strong, which is why I gave it 2.5. There's a lot here that works with. I thought it was a really interesting spin on like possession. And there's like this little twist that happens, but I need to rewatch it because I was kind of lost. So maybe it wasn't a twist. Maybe I was just slow. I don't know. It was a twist because something happens. I don't want to give anything away where it's kind of like you're thinking you can like trust someone, or you're wondering if you can trust someone. Are you thinking someone is the villain, but then kind of the rug gets pulled out from under you and all of those expectations and stuff turn out to be wrong. I'm going to put The Wailing in the middle because there was some good stuff and I would like to rewatch it to see if I have a different experience. Hey, Equalizer, shout out to you. Thank you so much for being here in the live. Nikki definitely isn't a harsh critic. Remember, she liked trap. I love trap. I love trap. I feel like I feel like my taste is so weird because I like bad movies, but I don't even know how to explain it. I don't know how to put into words, but trap is my movie. If they just took that pop star girl out, we could have really been cooking. Next, we have Bad Boys 2 from 2003. I gave this 4 stars. Why did I rate that so high? Is this the one with Gabrielle Union? Let me look this up real quick. Is this the one with Gab Union? Bad Boys 2. Yep, this is the one with Gabrielle Union. Another actress I really don't like. And I don't really care for her in Bad Boys 2. But the action was definitely there. Martin and Will was definitely, on it. Everything with their dynamic and their whole stick that we have with them in Bad Boys really worked here. They were following this like ecstasy ring, this Cuban cartel. The movie ends where we actually, I think, go to Cuba. There's a really cool like little third act sequence in there. I had fun with this. I probably would never rewatch it. And honestly, I can't really remember it in detail. I do remember like the action moments. Like there's like this car chase that I really enjoyed. Where they were like chasing, Gabrielle Union was being chased like that. I remember the action sequences, but I honestly can't really remember the story in detail. I'm gonna put this in the middle. Next, we have Bite from 2015. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars. Bite follows a girl who is engaged and she takes a trip with her friends and she ends up going somewhere tropical and getting bitten by something when she's in the water. Well, when she gets bitten, it transfers this like virus to her that causes her to physically mutate. And I am going to put this in the middle because really, not really flawed, but flawed. I guess I'm gonna put a really in front of it. Flawed. There was definitely some stuff that didn't work for me, but overall, I enjoyed this. I would probably rewatch it eventually. Next we have Juice from 1992. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars. We actually did a watch along to Juice. And I'm sitting here trying to think, why in the hell did I give this 3 star? Like, why did I rate it that high? I jumped off the cliff. I feel like giving that a 3. I would say a solid 2.5. What really works for this movie for me, is the genius of Ernest Dickerson, and his horror elements that he adds here with like Bishop's character. But for me, the story ain't make no sense. I'm sorry. Having Omar Epps want to like set up his whole thing at the end, none of that made any goddamn sense. Very stereotypical story that just doesn't work for me. But the shining aspect was Bishop and his character and all of that. I'm gonna put this in the middle. I would probably never rewatch it again, but I am glad that I watched it. Next, we have Excision from 2012. I gave this 2 out of 5. Excision is a story about this disturbed teenage girl who's like obsessed and have sexual fantasies that blend with like blood and murder. And I really wanted to like this. It's a lot about it in theory that I enjoy. Way too slowly paced. I was like, baby, when the hell she gonna kill somebody? Like, where's the action? Like, when is something gonna go down? It's pretty much very character driven story about this disturbed girl. But I need some ish to be going down. I need something to be happening. I'm glad I saw it. I definitely feel like it's worth the watch. I think most people would like it. I don't have the patience for stuff. I did see it all the way through though. I did see it to the end. Definitely a really good like climactic moment at the end that you do see coming, but I still enjoyed it. I don't want to put it back on the shelf because I am glad I saw. I'm just put it right here in the middle. I'll probably never rewatch it. But I do really love the idea of this disturbed girl and like this weird like sexual fantasies that blend with like murder, because I feel like we typically get stories like that with men. So it was really interesting having us follow this girl that's having this like blood lust fantasy thing that was going on with her. Yeah. Oh man, it was just kind of a letdown. Next we have, oh Lord, throw this whole movie away. Inside from 2016. Of course, I have talked ad nauseum about how I love the French horror film Inside. I went to watch the American remake, and I know American remakes are always subpar to the original, the foreign original. But I thought it would at least be like something enjoyable, like a so bad it's good. I didn't even finish this. Put this all the way to the bottom. It was the worst piece of crap I ever saw in my life. And the girl from P2 is in there. I don't know what the hell she was doing. Some of my watches on here are my 2023 stuff that I didn't get to January. And this is one of them. Devils from 2023. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars. This is a Asian horror, like, wait, what's this horror? Yeah, like horror adjacent, more thriller than horror, thriller action type of movie, where it's pretty much, I describe this as like a Asian face-off type of movie, like, Face-Off with John Travolta and Nicolas Cage. We have this cop and this villain he's going after, and the villain ends up trying to convince his cop partner that, hey, I'm not actually the villain, I'm actually your partner, and the guy you think is your partner is actually the villain. They've like switched. Oh man, this could have really been 5-star and amazing, but they really dropped the ball in some places. But overall, I had a lot of fun with this. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was an amazing idea. The third act is really what ramped this up for me to give it 3 stars, because it was very uneven. But I love the third act. It went some really, really interesting places. I am going to put Devil in Sweet Delight. Next, we have Solemn. I think that's how you pronounce it, from 2021. This is a French a horror film. When I was trying to, as always, scour for Black horror films, this is blackety black. We in Africa, but they're speaking French, so I call it a French film. I don't know. Is this considered? I don't know, y'all. They're speaking French, so I'm calling it a French film. It's foreign. From 2021, I gave this 4 out of 5 stars. Solemn is about a group of like mercenaries, I think you would call them, who are trying to get someplace, but their plane ends up like crashing or something. So they end up having to stop at this little village that turns out to have some sinister supernatural things going on, and we have to try to survive and get out of there. I am going to put this all the way at the top. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. It's has some flaws. It's not perfect, but I really enjoyed Solemn. I thought it was really great. I love the subject matter because one of the things going on in the movie is the head mercenary guy was actually essayed before, and he has trauma from that. And I'm saying I love that because I feel like we're always at nauseum gotta have women get essayed in these movies. So it felt kind of refreshing to have it be a man this time. Still like uncomfortable, dark subject matter that I guess I can't say I enjoy, but I do enjoy the fact that it's not just the typical woman who's been essayed. This time it was a guy. Next we have The Perfect Host from when the hell? Okay. The Perfect Host from 2010. I did not finish this. I had to pull a DNF. The Perfect Host, it's the setup that I love. Where we have this villain who the cops are after him. So he masquerades as a friend of a friend so he can get into this guy's house and like lay low till the cops come. But unbeknownst to him, this guy is a sociopath. And I love movies like that. I feel like it doesn't happen enough. One thing I used to always say is, how come these psychos never run into other psychos? Like they just run into innocent people. And one of my favorite movies with a setup like that is a movie called No One Lives. Love that movie. I think that's the first movie, if my memory is correct, that's the first movie I ever saw where like a psycho meets another psycho. But where that movie prevailed, this movie didn't. And I feel like this movie is just a little too comedic for me. Like it's way too much comedy for me. And it feels a little too silly. Like I would prefer a synopsis like this to have a much more serious tone. Like there's a scene where like the villainous person, before he gets to the guy's house, runs into like this girl that's trying to like rob the convenience store, and it gets like so stupid. I can't. The humor may work for some other people, but not for me. But yeah, that was a DNF, and I saw it for quite a while. I think I sat through it for like 40 minutes, and I was just like, "F this movie," because I was trying to give it a chance. I couldn't do it. Well, that's the original Dane. That's not Bad Boys 2. I gave up on Will Smith. What does that mean? Well, that's your rating. Yes, the French Inside is literally top tier. Next we have Cujo. I finally watched Cujo this year. I've never had an interest. Not a Stephen King fan. Cujo from 1983. I gave this 4 out of 5 stars on Letterboxd. I was very pleasantly surprised. I literally went into Cujo thinking I was not going to like it. I thought I was just going to probably like be ready for it to be over. Now, I gave it 4 out of 5 instead of 5 because of the way the movie opens. Oh, my Lord Jesus. Once we start really cooking and getting into the actual plot of the mom and her son trapped in the car with Cujo, that's when the movie is good. The way the movie starts off, which of course you have to set up the characters, but I feel like this didn't make any sense. Typically, like it seems like to me, if I'm writing a story and I need to set up the character, I'm going to introduce the character in a way that plays into who the audience needs to know this person as, and that ties into what we're about to see the character go through. We open the movie with the fact that the mom is having an affair on her husband. How the hell does that, what they got to do anything with her and Cujo, even though they try to pull it in when she's missing and the husband say about the man she was having an affair with and telling the cops that he took him or whatever. But that don't make this lady likable. That don't make the audience want to root for her. It just felt very ridiculous to go with that angle for me personally. And I just didn't enjoy sitting through it. That's the only reason I gave it 4 instead of 5. But Cujo was amazing. Cujo was amazing, and it's one of my favorite types of stories to do where there's not a lot of bells and whistles. I feel like that really shows the art of or talent of the filmmaker when there's not a lot of bells and whistles. You literally spend the movie just in a car with this dog, the mom and her son. Like, that's the movie, but it is so freaking amazing, top tier, and definitely was a fool to wait and not see this movie. Next we have It Chapter 2 from 2019, which we did a watch along to this, but I think YouTube pulled it for copyright because you can hear the movie. I gave this 1 star, and I don't even know what that 1 star is for. I don't even know why the hell, like, what did I give it 1 star for? Like, what the hell was worth 1 star in this movie? I fucking hated It Chapter 2. When I say hate it, I mean hate. First of all, the way it opens soured my experience right from the get-go. I personally just cannot stand how the movie opens with the gay bashing, and then there's no comeuppance. There's no, like, nothing happens. Like, they just get to sail off into the sunset. I also didn't enjoy the overall cast here with the characters now being older. I also was confused. Baby, why did that boy kill himself? I still don't understand why he did that. Like, okay. And then the stupid goddamn bully from the first It that we just had to traipse into the second. I couldn't stand none of that shit. Oh my God, Jesus. Couldn't stand it. Next we have Open Grave from 2013. This is another watch that was a semi first time watch because I saw it 100 years ago but couldn't remember it. The only thing, and I went to go watch it not knowing I had seen it. Then I was like, wait a minute, I know this movie. I used to love this movie. I saw it one time and I could have sworn I loved it. I hated this movie when I saw it this time. I gave this 1.5 stars, and it's a great premise. So Open Graves is about a group of people that wake up in this like secluded farmhouse with no memory, and everybody wakes up in the house and only one person wakes up outside in this what do you call those, like a mass grave? That's what you call it. He wakes up by himself in a mass grave. So one of the people in the house is like, yo, we were in the house, he out there in that mass grave, we shouldn't trust him. But he's like, I ain't do nothing, I don't know why I'm out there. Like, nobody has their memory. One person has her memory and knows what's going on, but she speaks a foreign language and nobody can understand what she's trying to communicate to them. So you spend the entire movie with them trying to piece together what exactly is going on. And in the midst of that, we have these like rabid zombie-esque people running around trying to kill us. Oh my God. The movie was massively frustrating. I could not freaking take it. I was like, why the hell did I love this movie? I'm gonna put this down on put it back on the shelf, but I do want to rewatch it eventually to see how I'll feel about it. Next is a movie that I just knew I would freaking love. Again, foreign horror never goes wrong for me. Terrified from 2017. I gave this 2 out of 5 stars. What the hell is this movie about? Let me look up the synopsis. Police commissioner and 3 researchers of supernatural phenomena investigate inexplicable events that are occurring in the suburbs. This is a Spanish horror, and there's some good horror elements here with the visuals, with the effects. We end up having like this one guy being haunted, and then the neighbor. I think there was the neighbor ended up being haunted, and you have the police who bring in like the specialists to try to like figure out what's going on. And I need to rewatch this. I feel like I don't even really want to go too deep into opinions on this, because this feels like one of those watches where maybe when I rewatch it, I'll love it and we'll be like, why didn't I like that? But I didn't care for the characters. I didn't care for the pacing. I didn't care for where the story went and how we did all of that. Massive letdown, massive letdown. But like I said, I do want to rewatch it. But it wasn't horrible. There was some good stuff there. It just was a really, really big letdown. I'm gonna put it in the middle. I do want to rewatch it and see if I feel differently. Next, we have another 2023 release that I didn't get to until January. That is Saltburn. I just knew I wasn't gonna like this movie. I love this movie. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars, 3.5 out of 5 stars. I am now obsessed with the little white guy in this movie who was real psychotic. Probably would never rewatch it, but I'm glad I saw it. I had a lot of fun with it. And I'm gonna put this in the middle. I'm trying to. I think I'm putting. Yeah, I don't want to put it to the top. I don't think it needs to be up there. I really enjoyed it. Rich white folk mess. Really, it was that lead guy. What is that lead guy name? Let me. Barry Cogan. No, where am I getting Barry Cogan from? Yo, who the hell is Barry Cogan? Is that who the? Oh, that is his name. Okay, I got it right. I'm seeing like, who the hell is Barry Cogan? I'm now obsessed with that guy, and I want to watch whatever the hell he does. But I hope whatever the hell he does, he gonna play another unhinged ass person. I still don't get the hype on the real tall guy from Euphoria. He was in there, but rich white mess is just gonna always be entertaining. So they all wake up and don't leave this secluded farm right away, or are they? They're trapped. They're trapped. They don't have any cars to try to get to town. They're able to get a little bit far when they hot wire. They did something to the car for it to move, but they couldn't really get anywhere. Yeah, it was. They were like trapped. If I wake up in a mass grave with no memory, I'm thanking God. He couldn't get out the grave. He needed them to like throw a rope down and get him out the grave. But yeah, they were trapped. It makes sense why they don't leave this little area and are trying to just piece stuff together. They also were trying to figure out what they were doing out there because they had no means of communication. They had no mode of transportation. So it makes sense why they're trapped. That wasn't why I didn't like it. Next we have another movie that I some of these movies I hate putting my opinion in stone because I feel like they need another watch. There are sometimes movies that just do not work for me on the first. I remember I hated The Cabin in the Woods when I saw that in theaters. Like I hated that movie. I love that movie. Over the years on subsequent rewatch, I love that movie. I don't know. I always say foreign horror never lets me down. It was letting me down a lot this year. I don't know what was happening. Cure from 1997. This is a really classic, famous Asian horror that a lot of people rate. Wait, was this more maybe more thriller horror-esque, horror adjacent, like thriller, psychological horror type of movie. What the hell was this movie even about? A frustrated detective deals with the case of several gruesome murders committed by people who have no recollection of what they've done. I gave this 1 star, babe. I fucking hated this movie. I don't know what was wrong. I need to rewatch it. But basically, we have this detective who is trying to solve the case of these string of murders, right? And we have this one guy who I just could not freaking understand what was going on with his character. But this one guy somehow makes random people murder. But the people who he make commit murders don't know they're committing a murder, don't remember committing the murder. And it was a good little tension where I spent the movie scared for the detective who was on the case, because I was like, if he gets to that guy, the guy is going to get him to murder. But Lord Jesus, I didn't care for the characters. I didn't care for the writing. I was insanely bored. I thought it was I feel like needed to be more contained and kind of, I don't want to say simplified, but that's the best word I can think of. It just, again, kind of reminded me of the writing in Hateful Eight, where I felt like, why are we going all this way? Like, let's just keep it a little contained and just stick to the point. And also, I had a lot of confusion around, like I said, the villain guy who's able to pull these strings and do all of this stuff. Even though I only gave it a 1, I'm not going to put it back on the shelf. I'm going to put it in sweet suffering because I do want to rewatch it. I feel like I could possibly feel differently about it, maybe, hopefully. Circle from 2015. This is the what is it? Psychological thriller. I think it was a Netflix original. About a group of people who get abducted and they're in this circle and have to try to debate and decide of all of them who is the one person that will live. And I gave this 1.5 stars, but that honestly feels harsh. I'll probably never rewatch it. For me, it wasn't very fun. It's literally just spending the whole movie with these people sitting in the goddamn circle talking. Like, literally, that's the movie. And like, people keep dying, but it's just like a bing and like you drop dead. Like, it's not I'm not gonna put it back on the shelf. I'm glad I watched it, and I would watch the sequel. That's why I watched it, because I heard there was a sequel, and I heard people saying that it was good. But I'll never rewatch it. And I literally only did not pull a DNF because I just wanted to know how it was going to end. Was somebody going to be able to like break this whole thing and more than one person survive? And if not, who was the one person that was going to survive? I do like how the one person survives and what their tactic was. And I mean, look, it was an enjoyable enough way to kill time. Like I said, I don't know why I gave it a 1.5. I do think that's harsh. But it just people sitting in a circle talking. Like, literally, that's the damn movie. And we stayed in that one room, just in a circle, just talking. Next, we have The Puppet Man from 2023. I gave this 3 out of 5. The Puppet Man is about a girl who, when she was younger, she has like this traumatic background where when she was a child, her dad murdered her mom. And she's in college now, and she wants to go to the prison and talk to her dad about why he, committed these murders. And the dad tells her she's the devil and she committed the murder. And all of a sudden her friends start dropping dead. And this was like a middle of the road, like just little, run of the mill horror movie. But I probably enjoyed this a lot more than I should have. I had a lot of fun with this. Like, this was really fun. I like what we did with the story. The deaths were cool. The kills were cool. I like the kills. 2 kills in particular were like pretty gruesome. I love this. I loved it. I want to put this in Sweet Delight. It definitely don't need to be all the way at the top. It don't need to be in that top row. But I would recommend the Puppet Man. But just know it's just like kind of like a B movie type of horror. But it did feel like they had a budget. The effects are good, the kills are good, but I say B movie because the acting isn't bad, but you could tell we ain't really spending a lot of the budget on on the actors. And the story is the writing is in the little weak, but I had a lot of fun with it. Next, we have the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022, the movie that everybody hates. I gave it 4 out of 5 stars. Babe, I had so much fun with this movie. And I am not a Texas Chainsaw like girly like the original. Love Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Love the Jessica Biel remake. Like the sequel that came after that, the Texas Chainsaw The Beginning. That's my history with Texas Chainsaw franchise. But I went, and maybe it's also the fact that I went in with such low expectations because everybody dogs this movie out. Now, we do have some little throwaway, little teeny bopper, social media do-gooder characters that I could care less about. And we do have a waste of a legacy character, but baby, Leatherface was vicious. Okay, vicious. The kills were brutal. I had so much fun. I feel like TCM 2022 literally checks all the boxes you need checked for a fun, good time slasher. Is it groundbreaking? Is it reinventing the wheel? No, but it literally checks all the blood, gore, murder, mayhem, great horror elements. We're in this little secluded area. We kind of can't really leave. Then we have a whole host. We have this great scene where we have a whole bunch of people in this bus getting their asses slaughtered. I was here for it. I had so much fun. I don't know. Is it me who don't have good taste or is it y'all? Because why did y'all hate this movie? I loved it. And you know what? I'm going to put it all the way to the top. I don't care. Because I was a fool to wait. I shouldn't have listened to y'all and I should have been saw that movie. I had so much fun. Now that Trey Songz TCM, y'all right. That movie sucks. But this one, I had so much fun. Now, what that supposed to mean, Critical? What you mean, of course I loved it? What that supposed to mean? What that supposed to mean? Yes, Dane C. It is reminiscent of Long Legs. You could say Long Legs might have been inspired by Cure. It was very Long Legs coded. Or since Long Legs came after, Long Legs was very Cure coded. Next, we have The Call from 2020. I gave this 2.5 stars. I feel like I should have had more fun with this than I did. The Call is an Asian horror thriller about a girl who finds this phone in her house, and the phone connects her to a person who lived in her house like 20 years in the past, and she's able to change her past by telling the lady in the past to do certain stuff. For example, like I think her dad had died when she was a child, so from a fire in the house or something. So she's able to tell the person on the phone to be able to save her dad. So now in her present, it changes and her dad is there. But things take a little sinister turn because come to find out the person she's communicating with is a serial killer. And I feel like I should have had a lot more fun with this than I did. This is The Call is one of those movies where literally everything is there. Very well made. I actually think the writing is good. The casting is good. Like everything works out well. I think the deliberate pacing is not action packed, but I think everything serves a purpose. Something about it just didn't work for me. I like the girl who's the psychopath in the past. She's so unhinged. She's great. Um, we have a great. Oh God, I'm trying to really think how to put in words why it didn't work for me, but I really feel like this is one of those situations where it's not like a logical explanation. It just didn't work for me. Like that's all I could tell you. And I think most people would like it. If I remember correctly, let me look it up. I think it has a really not a really high, but I think it has a solid like high rating. Let me see. Yeah, it has a really high rating. It has a 7 out of 10 on IMDb. Oh God. It just felt very uninspiring for me. Like I was just like, and I mean, I was engaged. I wasn't checked out. Didn't pull a DNF. I don't know. It was some kind of disconnect for me. It was just some kind of disconnect. It just didn't work for me. I don't know why. But I'm glad I watched it. I would actually probably rewatch it. I'm gonna put it in the middle of the road. It didn't suck. I mean, I gave it a 2.5. It didn't suck. It wasn't terrible. There was some good stuff. For some reason, it was just some kind of disconnect. It the call started off good, but it kind of lost me in the third act. And maybe that's also why I can't pinpoint it because I can't remember the movie in detail. Like I remember the movie, but I can't remember it in detail. I wasn't the third. I don't want to get no spoiler. I'm gonna say wasn't the third act when like, because her dad is able to come back to life, which I just feel like is part of the movie. It's not really a spoiler, but of course we know she's dealing with a serial killer in the past. Wasn't the third act where like she was in the car with her dad? The girl was like threatening to kill her dad in the past. I don't know. I can't remember it in detail, and maybe that's why I can't pinpoint why it didn't work for me. But I do feel like it was an overall solid, well-made movie. Flawed, but solid and well-made. It has a super high rating, like I just said. There was just some kind of disconnect that didn't work for me. And I'm sorry, I can't really give a good breakdown because I don't remember it in detail. And I feel like it's just one of those movies that it just doesn't work for me. Great idea though. I like the whole situation of I find this old phone in this house I live in, and the only call I can make is to a previous tenant that lived here from the past. And in turn, I can change my present because they're in my past and I can ask them to do stuff that'll affect me now. It just didn't work for me. Next we have Headshot from 2016. What the hell was this? Let me look this up. I see my Indonesia guy that I love, but what was this? A young man washes ashore. Oh, I remember this. A young man washes ashore, his memory gone, but his past comes back to haunt him. Okay, I remember this. Yes, it's my Indonesian guy. So Headshot is a movie about this guy who wakes up on a beach. He has no memory. He's injured. He goes to the hospital. He ends up kind of befriending his doctor who is working at like this low income clinic or whatever. And they make like a little connection, but she goes off on a bus because she's going to do something, child, that I can't remember. I don't know. Doctors Without Borders. I don't know, child. She was like a goody two-shoes character going to do something. And he goes a separate way, just going on with his life. But people are coming to try. Oh, I remember why she left. People come to try to kill him when he's in a hospital. But they come to the doctor, and I think he sends her on a bus out of town so she can get away from the mess because they was trying to like kill her to find him. And I had a lot of fun with this movie. I do think it's like just it's just a regular, nothing special, middle of the road, enjoyable, like action thriller type of movie. that I had a lot of fun with. Very well made, good action, good fighting, hand to hand. But I mean, it's not anything groundbreaking. Really great story that we have with the guy losing his memory and connecting why these people are trying to kill him. Amazing third act, like fighting and everything coming to a head. That part was a lot of fun. I feel like some stuff didn't make any sense, but it wasn't like a big deal where it really affected my like enjoyment of the movie. Look, it is literally so hard to try to remember in detail all these goddamn movies that I saw. Some stuff I saw January, February, March, like it's so hard to try to remember all the details. Now, some of these movies, like this one I'm talking about, Headshot, feels very vivid in my memory, even though let me try and see when did I see Headshot, because I feel like I saw this in the early, I saw this in May. Like this still feels very vivid. I really enjoy Headshot, but that's the only genre that rivals horror for me. I love action, especially them Indonesian people. Okay, baby, they fight coordinators and stuff. They be on another level over there. Okay. But Headshot was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, but I don't want to talk it up because, like I said, it's nothing special. It's just a fun popcorn flick, as you would call it. That's the word. That's the adjective I want to use. It's a fun like popcorn flick. I am going to put Headshot up here in Sweet Delight. That was really fun. I had fun with that. And I saw the Bourne movies for the first time this year. And right here up first, we have the Bourne Ultimatum. Now, let me see which one this was, because when I try to sit through a whole franchise, it's hard for me to kind of differentiate them. And I think I saw these all back to back. Like I binged the whole franchise. Ultimatum from 2007. Let me see what order these movies are, so I could know like which, like 1, 2, 3. Okay, Bourne Ultimatum is the third one. Oh, okay. So I didn't see the whole franchise. I did not see the one with Jeremy Renner. And it looks like there's a 2016 Bourne movie. Is this with Matt Damon, or is this with, oh, that's a 2016 with Matt Damon. How did I miss that? Okay, so it seems I only saw the trilogy. Bourne Ultimatum was the third one. And I feel like that was my favorite one. I think that was I think the third one was my favorite. It was the only one I really loved. I gave the Bourne Ultimatum 4 out of 5 stars. Bourne is brought out of hiding once again by reporter Simon Ross, who is trying to unveil Operation Blackbriar and upgrade to Project Treadstone in a series of newspaper columns. So this one was definitely my most favorite. Before I got here, I was like, I don't get the Bourne hype. This was a really great like spy espionage action. I'm also not really a big Matt Damon fan. Like, he be feeling asleep at the wheel. He has stuff that I like. Like I love Elysium that he played in, but it's not really him that I really love. I am going to put the Bourne Ultimatum. Honestly, you know what? I'm going to put it all the way at the top. I should have got into this movie. I had a lot of fun with the Bourne Ultimatum. Next, we have No Escape with one of my favorite actors ever, Ray Liotta, from 1994. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars. It's amazing how many movies kind of have the same synopsis, because there's a do y'all remember when WWE was making films? There's a WWE little generic movie that I love about a group of prisoners that are dropped on an island and have to like fight for survival. Well, No Escape is kind of like that. Kind of different, but kind of the same. So No Escape is a movie about Ray Liotta going to like this really like insane psychotic prison, and as punishment, he gets dropped on this island. And the island is set up where you have one group of like these vicious, crazy people that's ruled by this one lead villainous guy, and then you have another group of the felons that are just regular old, like just living on the island. Two separate groups. They deliberately drop Ray Liotta where the vicious people are, so because they want him to get killed, but he's able to fight and survive, and he gets over to the regular group of people. And I enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. I was like, where has this movie been? Like, how did I never see this? Now I don't think it's great. I would probably never rewatch it, but I'm glad I saw it and I enjoyed it and I had fun with it. Where should I put this? I kind of want to put it in the middle. Yeah, because I'll probably never rewatch it. Nothing to really write home about, but like I said, I enjoyed it. It wasn't a hard watch. It wasn't hard for me to get through. I don't know. I just would probably just have no desire to ever rewatch it. But I had fun with it. It was really good. Now, Ray Liotta character was kind of annoying me because it just felt very over the top with like this hardened, like, I don't need nobody. F you, I break the rules. I do what I want. Like, kind of cat. Like, I was just like, okay, child, like, calm down. I actually really liked a lot of the other characters a lot more than him. Next we have Hatchet from 2006. For some reason, I gave this 3 out of 5 on Letterboxd. I don't know why the hell I rated this high. Hatchet is such a joke of a film, but I mean, it had a lot of gore and blood and guts, so I had fun. I do think not Ray. What is his name? Oh, Victor. I'm talking about Ray. I do think I don't know who the hell Ray is. I do think Victor Crowley is a fun horror villain, but he unfortunately is trapped in a joke of a movie. I probably never rewatched this, child. Like, it was just fun for the moment. Just a stupid movie. We have it's literally all the elements. Like, we have the stupid token black guy, and oh god, I think Tony Todd makes an appearance in this, if I remember correctly. I mean, I had some fun with it, but it's not anything to take serious. I'm gonna put it in the middle. Next, we have The Invitation from 2016. I gave this 3 out of 5. I don't know why the hell I rated this that high either. What the hell? I feel like see, this is the thing though with these ratings on this one that I feel is too high. I feel like when a movie ends strongly, like, it leaves a good taste in my mouth, and I'm more likely to rate it higher than it kind of deserves. Because The Invitation was boring as hell, but it ended with a bang, and I feel like the ending of your movie can make or break it. Like, I feel like a movie can start off really strong, but when it ends with a bad taste in your mouth, then you're more likely to not remember it fondly. But if it starts off not so good, but then it ends great, then you're more likely to remember it fondly. The Invitation is a movie about a guy who is invited to a dinner party by his ex-wife and her new boyfriend or new husband. I don't know if they married or not. I can't remember. With like old friends there. They had a son together when they were married. The son died. And this is his first time coming back to the house they were in. Such a boring, and I was like, if y'all don't stop stretching this shit out, I was like, y'all, let's get like, it's obvious. And that was the thing that kind of held it together, was we spent a lot of time in this uncomfortable ass dinner party shooting the fucking breeze. But there was a really good little tension and undercurrent of like the ex and her current guy being really weird. And then they had 2 of their little friends that was there that was like, it was like this super odd, sinister energy, but you didn't know if it was like sinister or just like awkward. But I mean, we know we're watching like a horror movie or horror adjacent, so you know it's sinister. But they did well with how they had the actors and everything, how they had them pull it off, because they didn't feel sinister. Like all of the guy who comes is trying to be like some up. What happened to so and so that's supposed to be here? Because there's a certain person that was supposed to be at the dinner party that isn't there. And the couple is claiming he never showed up, but the guy is like, well, he called and said he was right outside, so y'all lying. But no one believes him, because yes, the couple comes off like weird, odd, but it's not like anything dangerous is going on. So I feel like they did well with that. It's just I feel like they stretched it out way too. I was like, babe, I'm sick of this dinner party. Like, get the fuck out of here. And I also didn't understand why the hell he didn't just leave the dinner party. But when the ish pops off, it gets really good, and it ended with a bang. I don't really want to say too much because I feel like this is one of those movies where if I even say kind of a little bit about why and how everything accumulates when it pops off is going to get into spoiler territory. But very slow burn at the top, but I think it is well worth it. I am so happy I did not DNF on this one because I was close, but I wanted to get through and see like what it was. I was still hanging on because I wanted to know how it was going to end, and I'm so glad that I stuck through it. I'm gonna put this in the middle because I kind of want to put it up. Why did I rate it so high? I kind of want to put, I mean, it ended. Look, I'm gonna put it up here. Forget it. I'm gonna just put it up there because that ending was good as hell. Now you gotta sit through the whole damn movie, but it's worth it. The payoff is worth it in the end. Let's see. Next we have. I hope I'm gonna pronounce this right, but I'm probably not. Gunham Haunted Asylum or Gunham. Do the Asians pronounce their J's like a H, like in Spanish, or is it pronounced like a J? Is it Gunham? Gunham is a J silent. Haunted Asylum from 2018. I gave this 2 out of 5, but again, take my opinion with a grain of salt on this one because I am not a fan of found footage. But it's Asian, it's horror, so I wanted to give it a chance because, like I said, I just love foreign horror, especially Asian. But we have a group of little teeny boppers who have like this web online show where they go to like someplace haunted, but they rig it. But the audience thinks they're actually experiencing something haunted. Well, when they go to this haunted asylum, come to find out it actually is haunted. And honestly, for found footage, I thought it was pretty well done. Like, I'm not a fan of found footage. I'm not a fan of like the shaky cam stuff, but I actually feel like that wasn't very bad in this one. I think this is probably one of the more well-made found footage movies that I've tried to see. But the thing that really rings in my head is the girl screaming. Like, it was piercing my ear. Her screaming was giving me a headache. Like, it was giving me it was getting on my nerve. And I'm sorry, that might be nitpicky, but I couldn't even enjoy that little part. I was like, girl, if you don't shut up. The screaming was getting on my nerve. The horror elements, like, oh god, I feel like this is some of the weaker, like, horror visuals I've ever seen in Asian horror. Like, for me, even if I don't necessarily, I feel like Asian horror is something where they are able to give you some of the most disturbing imagery. None of that was here. This felt very Americanized horror cinema in the sense that it was a lot of little tropey horror stuff that they were putting in, like with the jump scares and stuff that I feel like I typically don't see in Asian horror. I don't know what they were doing with this one. But like I said, I do think it's a reason why, and I saw this because it's one of those found footage that people rave about, and I do understand. Like I said, I think this is one of the better made found footage that I've ever seen, but I would never watch it again and wasn't the biggest fan. There was some good stuff here. Like, there's the group that's in the asylum, and then there's the guy sitting outside, like pulling the strings and doing all this stuff, and then he gets fed up with them because they start getting scared for real and wanting to leave, and he's like, F this shit, I'm just doing myself. Like, that was a good moment with him trying to just go out in there. some good moments, but I wasn't the biggest fan. I'll put it in the middle. It doesn't deserve to be at the bottom. Pretty solid, well-made movie. It just wasn't my taste. And I saw Jaws for the first time this year. Jaws from 1975. I gave it 2 out of 5. I don't even need to give a synopsis. We know Jaws. A bunch of white people in their all-white town on their all-white beach. Trying to kill an innocent shark because they in his backyard. That pissed me off. When they killed the shark that wasn't even a shark, they were looking. That really made me mad. Leave that poor shark alone. This his home. He's supposed to be in the water. It was okay. Wasn't the biggest fan. But I'm glad I saw it. Next we have Rambo from 2008. I did not want to see these movies. I love the original Rambo, and I just was like, child, Sylvester, I love you, bro, but yeah, I was like, why are we coming back? This was actually good though. I gave it 3 out of 5. We have Rambo over in some country, and we have these little white mercenaries who come over and want him to take them up the river somewhere real dangerous. He drops them off, and come to find out they got snatched up. But Sylvester began on my nerve. I saw this in another of the new Rambos he did. I don't know why Sylvester and men in Hollywood in general get on my nerve because they always throwing in women getting raped, and it pisses me off. And it pisses me off because yes, you can say it's just a reality in the world. It's a reality, realism to add to a story, but it gets on my nerve because it feels like such a cheap tactic in movies that we always have to just throw. Like, oh, we need to throw some. Oh, let's make the woman get sexually assaulted. Yeah, like it be unnecessary. Like I'm just like, baby, why are we doing this? But he liked the little white lady missionary, and that's why he go try to rescue her. But this was actually really good. Really solid. It didn't disgrace Rambo like I thought it would, which is why it took me so long to finally see it. Good action, like typical little foreign villains. But Sylvester Stallone still had the magic. Good fights, good action. I'm gonna put this, you know what? I'm gonna put this up here in Sweet Delight. I'll probably rewatch it. It was really good, very solid. And then I saw the original Roadhouse with my guy Patrick Swayze because I wanted to see the Roadhouse remake that came out this year with Jake Gyllenhaal and Conor McGregor. This is from 1989. Absolutely not my cup of tea. Patrick Swayze plays, I think, like a ex-fighter of some kind, and he's like a bouncer, and this white man comes to enlist him to work at his place to try to clean it up and get his bouncers together. There's a little love story going on once he get there that I don't care about, but I mean, I'm glad I watched it. I like Patrick Swayze. It wasn't terrible. It didn't suck. It just wasn't my cup of tea. I gave it 2 out of 5. Glad I saw it. Would never watch it again. I'm gonna put it in the middle. Next, we have a movie I have waited so long to see but never had access to. Cold Prey 2 from 2008. I have really wanted to see Cold Prey and Cold Prey 2. And I saw Cold Prey for the first time earlier this year. Tried to see the sequel, but didn't have access to it. But ended up being able to see it later on in the year. Cold Prey 2 from 2008. I gave it 2.5. Is of course a sequel to the first Cold Prey, which Cold Prey, the original, the first one is about a group of teens who go like sledding. Someone gets hurt. We end up staying in like this abandoned what is it? Not a cabin, resort. We end up staying in an abandoned resort. We get killed off one by one. Well, the sequel follows the one final girl that survived that whole thing at the hospital, and that maniac that was killing them off one by one now tracks her down to the hospital and is killing people off one by one trying to get to her. And if I remember, let me check if I remember correctly, I think I saw the sequel. Yes, I did. No, I just said it wrong. I saw the sequel for the first time this year and didn't have access to the original. So I saw the sequel first. I saw it out of order. And then later on in the year, I had access to the original. So I saw it out of order. But I had a lot of fun with Coldplay 2. I mean, 2.5 ain't that high. I think this was one of those movies where you're anticipating something so bad and for so long that it, I don't know, turns out to be a letdown. But I also just think it felt very generic slasher stuff. Like it reminded me of stuff like See No Evil, which I love, but just very typical slasher horror stuff. Um, I'm gonna put it in the middle. I'll probably rewatch it. Liked it a lot more than the original. I'm glad I saw this one first because I probably wouldn't have wasted time with the sequel if I would have saw the original first. But I would recommend it. I think if you're a horror fan, it's worth the watch. Like it doesn't suck. It is just a typical slasher stuff, but very brutal, very gory, very bloody, great villain. It's just typical horror slasher fare. But I mean, the formula is there. But when I say typical horror, it's not a knock. It's just like a horror trope or something. Like these things are successful for a reason. Like it's the formula. It's just, tried and true formula that we've seen 100 times. So it's not a knock when I say like typical, but it's just, standard fare. Yeah, and that's why I was like, baby, why are we even at the dinner? And we had a token black character who was his new girlfriend. What? Hold on now, baby. That part had to be written for a white woman, and baby just went in and nailed the audition because I don't know no black woman that's finna go to a dinner that her boyfriend is invited to by his ex. Baby, why are we here? Why are we here? Why y'all be jumping ahead of my list? I saw Bone Tomahawk for the first time this year, so yes, it is on the list. Last week is often a stretch when stressed. I admire your memory. I appreciate that because I feel like I have terrible memory. Like I forgot what tier list I was doing, but I was looking because I have the little movie poster. One of the posters, I was like, what the hell is this? What is this movie? Like, I was like, what is this? Oh my God. And even in this live, when I have to what is this movie? I have to look up the synopsis and I'm like, what is this movie? What is this? Like, I be trying to really rack my brain. Like, what is this? It's so hard, especially the movies that weren't very good that you have to try to remember. Like, what the oh my God. So I appreciate you saying you admire my memory because I feel like my memory is terrible. Next we have Bone Tomahawk. Speak of the devil. And when I was going back to put this together and I was going back through my letterbox, I was like, dang, I saw Bone Tomahawk for the first time this year. Because when I tell you, I feel like I have talked ad nauseum to the people in my life about Bone Tomahawk. I feel like this is like the greatest movie ever. But it did take multiple watches. So Bone Tomahawk from 2015 is like a cowboy western horror. Star-studded cast. Kurt Russell is in here, and we have I don't want to call them Indians because they're not Indians, because the Indian in the movie, or Native American, sorry, not Indian. The Native American in the movie is saying how they're not Native, like they're something else, but they're like Native-esque people, cannibal people. And they come into town, kill some folks because David Arquette did some stuff to them and came to our town. So they come to the town, kill David Arquette and kill some other people and kidnap somebody's wife. So he has a broken leg, and we end up going on this mission to try to rescue her and like a deputy, I think. And in typical cowboy movie fashion, very character dialogue driven, lacking on action. I mean, we get some action moments, but when I first saw this this year, I gave it through. I've rewatched it. I saw it twice this year. My first watch was in April, and I gave it 3 stars. And it was really because of the ending. Once we trek on over to them cannibals, baby, it get good as hell. And I love how we have the husband trying to trek and save them with a goddamn broken leg. And I was like, what is this nigga finna do with a broken leg? Like, it's just good. But then I rewatched it in September and I gave it 4 stars. And I feel like this is one of those movies that I love even more the more I rewatch it. Like, I can, and I'm just a certain type of audience. Maybe I'm like that dumbed down audience. Baby, I need some action. But on rewatch, I actually can appreciate the more dialogue character stuff in like the first and second act. I don't find it as drab as I did when I first watched it. But I think when I first watched it, I was just like, man, that's just how I am when it comes to horror. I'm just like, where the at? Like, if I'm dealing with a certain story, like, what's a good one? Nocturnal Animals with Jake Gyllenhaal. Very story driven, not action packed. I love that movie. Very disturbing, but great movie. But I went into that kind of knowing what I was watching. I knew I wasn't about to see murder, mayhem, action. But when I'm going into like a horror movie, I do have a certain expectation. Like, baby, somebody need to die. Like, it need to be some killing. I ain't here for all this talking. But it's actually really good. Like, I absolutely recommend this movie to everybody I know who's not squeamish, because it is very, very disturbing, very graphic, very bloody, great kills for a morbid as disturbed mind like mine. But I would definitely want to recommend this to everybody. But it kind of reminds me of kind of like why I'm not into cowboy movies. Like, it's very driven by the characters and their interactions and the dialogue. It's not really like action and fast paced, but I actually don't think this movie is slowly paced. It's just deliberately paced. They very much stick to a really good, 3-act structure, and the momentum builds, and I think it pays off really well. Bone Tomahawk starts out as a Western that turns into a 21st century horror film. Great description. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. I am going to put Bone Tomahawk all the way at the top, because I've been sleeping on this damn movie, and it is now like literally one of my favorite movies. Like, I love this movie. I mean, and anytime I rewatch a movie in the same year, it's like, which honestly, I rewatch this because, okay, well, there's 2 reasons I be rewatching stuff. One, I rewatch stuff because I'm that type of audience. If I really like something, then I want to keep watching it. But I also like to rewatch stuff that I don't care for to see if I have a different experience. So I did rewatch Bone Tomahawk because I didn't really care for that first half of the movie, and I wanted to give it another chance. But I'll probably be rewatching it a lot. It's a great movie. Next we have The Raid 2, the sequel from 2014. I gave this 4 out of 5. Now with the first, I feel like giving a synopsis for the sequel kind of spoils the first movie. Well, I won't really give a synopsis, but Raid 2 follows the cop who survived the first movie. I won't like really, just the cop that survived it. Yeah, I just said the cop that survived it, because if you see the first, you won't know what cop I'm talking about. So yeah, I'm gonna give a synopsis. One of the cops that survives our first raid, we follow him in his second one. Dang, I don't kind of want to say this. Yeah, that would kind of give it away. Well, he's in a conundrum in the, in the sequel. This one definitely has the same level of action as the first one, but this one definitely has the weaker story in one of the characters that we follow here. I was just like, babe, what the hell is we doing? Like, I don't know what we was doing. Not the cop, but it's another character we follow in a sequel that the writing with that felt really weak as a subplot. But I'm putting this all the way at the top. Where did I put the? Wait, hold on now. Where's the first Raid movie? Why is that not at the top? Hold on. Where? Oh, it is at the top. Okay, I scanned it too fast. I was gonna say, hold on now. Now I don't know why I gave both of these a 4. I feel like the first movie would be a 5 for me. I don't know why I gave it a 4. It would be a 5. Now Raid 2 would be a 4 just because of that weak subplot that I was talking about. Let me see. Next we have Intrusion, Netflix original from 2021. I gave this 2.5. We have a wife who is living with her architect, rich husband. She starts to feel like there's something sinister going on with him that she suspects him of. Her suspicions turn out to be true. He's you know what? Let me look up this synopsis so I can see. I don't want to give a spoiler. I was finna say, wait a minute, is that a spoiler that I was finna say? When a husband and wife move to a small town, a home invasion leaves the wife traumatized and suspicious that those around her might not be who they seem. Okay, yeah, let me not give away too much. So yeah, she's suspicious that something's going on, and we'll leave it at that. It was okay. Little low generic little Netflix little sloppy done movie. I gave it 2.5. I'll probably never rewatch it, but I mean, enjoyable enough way to kill time. I'll put it in the middle. I mean, it's not very good, but I'm glad I watched it. It was fine. It was fine. It had some good moments. There was some good stuff there to enjoy. Next we have The Night Comes for Us. But yo, this movie was fucking amazing. This movie blew me away. This is the I be talking about when I be talking about my foreign film. This is the bar. The Night Comes from Us. The Night Comes for Us from 2018. Baby, just put this at the top. Go ahead and go to the top. I gave this 5 stars. Okay. Yeah. Talk about the top tier level action, fight choreography, story, character. This movie is what I be talking about when I be complaining about characters. I was obsessed and madly in love with these characters. Okay. Like even the little side characters, like I cared about them so hard. Do you hear me? Like, oh my God. I can't. Oh my, this is the bar. This is the bar. This is what I be talking about of why I be so obsessed with foreign films. After sparing a girl's life during a massacre, an elite triad I'm talking about Asian. Triad assassin is targeted by an onslaught of murderous gangsters. This movie, the pacing is great, action packed, relentless, never lets up. Great story. Like I said, great. This is, oh my God. I cannot tell y'all how I was on the brink of tears because I cared about these characters. Like, I didn't want nobody to die. I was like, oh my God. Like the stakes were so real because I cared about the characters. Great characters, likable characters, distinct characters. Like, oh my God. This was literally going down. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Like this movie, why have I not rewatched this yet? This was so freaking good. And how did I miss this movie in 2018? I have no idea. Like, man, when I say so many movies, so little time, because all the movies I watch, and I still somehow miss movies like this. Like, I never even heard of this movie. I was like, where the hell did this come? How in God's name did I miss this? I don't know. But when I tell you, go run and watch The Night Comes for Us. amazing movie. Like, I cannot rave about it enough. Next, we have Kurt Russell's Escape from New York from 1981. I gave this 2.5 stars. Escape from New York is famous classic movie where we have New York City. It's like, I think it was like a prison, like the whole island or whatever, or state or whatever. Is New York? Don't they be calling it something over there, island? I don't know, child. New York is like a prison. That's why all the felons get dropped at. But the president's plane goes down over this place. So they send in Kurt Russell to go and extract the president, or Kurt Russell is going to die. It was okay. Probably never watch it again. Didn't really care for it. Gave it 2.5. It had some good stuff, but too far in too few and far in between. I'm so sorry. I know this is a classic, but this could go back on the shelf. I could have went my whole life without seeing that movie. Like, literally, the way I feel like, but I could have went my whole life without seeing Escape from New York. It kind of just really didn't do anything for me. The Stranger from 2020 with y'all favorite girl to cast, Michael Monroe. I pulled a D and F on that. I did not finish it. This movie is about a Lyft driver, Uber driver, ride share driver, whatever you want to call it, who picks up this guy who claims he just murdered someone. He tries to kill her. She's able to escape him. The cops, if I remember correctly, didn't believe her. But the thing that made me turn the movie off, because it was feeling just like a little low movie, but y'all know I kind of like bad movies, and I was willing to stick through it because I wanted to see how everything was going to play out. And I do like that type of movie where like some madman is trying to get you, no one's believing you or listening, and you got to fight for your life. Oh God, Jesus. But when we get to a point where he kills someone, she walks in and she like picks up this knife. I said, baby, I'm out of here. It was so stupid because, first of all, she flees from her apartment, gets in her car. She's sitting outside like this club, right? She gets out of the car to go sit in the bathroom, not use the bathroom, sit in the bathroom and kind of like cry. Baby, you could have sat in the car and cried. Like, what did you even get? Like, when movies do stuff like that, like, I'm sorry, it might be nitpicky, but it irks me. Like, there's no real rhyme or reason for why y'all just put her here other than to let the killer do something so she could do something stupid, and now everybody thinks she's the killer, not him. Like, I cut the movie off. I said, babe, I ain't got time for this bull. I don't have time for it. Like, I can't. Really hated that movie. Next we have a movie that I literally watched because, and I never heard of this movie. As much as I love foreign films, I don't know how I never heard of this, but I saw an interview with Quentin Tarantino, and he either called this his favorite movie, one of his favorite movies, I don't know, but that's why I watched it. We have Battle Royale from 2000, and I gave it 3 out of 5, but I really feel like that's pretty high. I'll probably never watch it again. I wasn't very impressed. Battle Royale is about the government over, it's a foreign film, Asian film. The government has it set up where kids get picked to go to this island and fight to the death. Fine synopsis, but bloody. Definitely understand why Quentin Tarantino likes it. Over the top violence. I wasn't a big fan. I'm going to put it in the middle. Really didn't connect or care about any of the characters, and I'm just not a teeny bopper fan. Teeny bopper characters. The Cleansing Hour from 2019, I gave this 2.5 stars. The Cleansing Hour is about a group that televises these exorcisms, but it's all fake. The guy who does the exorcisms is a fake priest, and they end up dealing with a real demon trying to do this exorcism. Starts off pretty fine, like the whole, well, no, not really starts. So when I say starts off, I mean when like the actual exorcism part starts. Because it just starts off pretty typical fare. Setting everything up. But once we actually pop off with the exorcism, like it's like fine. And there's some stakes there because the person who they hired as the actress gets she doesn't show up, so they end up at the last minute having to put in the guy's girlfriend. Like, you don't have to really do any acting, you just follow my lead, but she gets possessed for real. So there's some real kind of stakes there for them. So I like how they did that little switcheroo where it's not just a random actress we hired. We actually care about the, well, not me, but them. When I say we, I mean the characters. But we're basically stuck in this little room with this exorcist thing going on where the demon wants them to televise this, wants them to tell the audience that he's not a real priest and this is fake and confess your sin. Like, it's just like, come on, y'all, let's get somewhere. Cal Gallner is here. Now where it ramps up for me, the reason why I gave this the 2.5 stars that I gave it, it is very strong. There is some agenda of the demon, which is all I'll say, and it ends really strongly. But I could see most people, I don't know, because I love possession horror, even if it's generic, and I didn't love this. Just and I feel like you really need to have some really interesting writing when we're stuck in one place the whole time. And the whole back and forth with the demon and the fake priest guy, and oh god, I'm gonna put this would go back on the shelf, but if it wasn't for the ending, so I'll put it down here in the middle. Would I ever rewatch this? I might rewatch it. One of those rewatches where you fast forward because the ending is really good. Next we have The Horde from 2009. This is a French horror zombie film. I do not know why I only gave this 3.5 stars. I feel like this should at least be a 4-star. I really love this movie. I don't know why I rated it so low. But The Horde is a French horror film about a group of cops who one of their cop buddies is killed by this gangster. So they go off the books to go to this apartment building and kill the gangster as revenge. But when they get to the apartment building, they end up having to work with the gangster that killed their cop buddy because zombies come out of nowhere. I don't think they give us a rhyme or reason for why there were suddenly zombies, if I remember correctly. But this was good as hell. Very fun. If you're a zombie person, I would highly recommend it. First of all, the zombie action is fun, but I like the setup, and it opens up kind of with this crime thriller feel before the zombies ever come. Like, it's kind of From Dusk Till Dawn-esque in the sense of how the movie starts with that whole crime situation with the brothers, and then it moves to a whole different feel when we get to vampires in Dusk Till Dawn. I went for zombies. So that's why I say From Dusk Till Dawn-esque, only because of that format of how they did the story. And I thought it was really interesting that we have the cops having to fight alongside the gangsters that killed their buddy, and all of that tension and all that stuff is still there, but it's just like, well, we got to survive the vampires, so not the vampires, the zombies. So we just need as many hands on deck as we can get, but we still hate each other. You killed our friend. And when the cops come trying to get him, when we're just having a whole war with us, they kill another one of their cop buddies before the zombies ever pop out. So all of that was so good. I don't know. I'm trying to think. It must be something that was a negative but I can't think of it right now. I don't know why I only gave this 3.5. It must be something negative that I'm not thinking of, and it might have been nitpicky because I don't remember, and I really feel like I remember the movie pretty vividly. Like I literally remember it from top to bottom. I don't know why I only gave it 3.5, but I am putting this all the way at the top. I had so much fun with that movie, and I was like, baby, where has this movie been all of my life? Oh my God. I appreciated its sense of humor amidst the trauma. I cannot take Kurt seriously. Okay, I guess you're talking about Escape from New York. Kurt Russell is a really interesting actor for me because Kurt Russell has a ton of movies that I love, but I'm not a Kurt Russell fan. Talented, like I said, a lot of movies I like, but when I think of my favorite actors, I feel like I could name 200 of my favorite actors before I would never name Kurt Russell, like literally never. But I didn't care for his character or humor in Escape from New York. It wasn't working for me. Next we have Suicide Squad from 2016, and I was supposed to see all the Suicide Squad movies, but child, it just never happened. I gave this 2 out of 5. This was my era where I was trying to get into the Marvel. Is it Suicide Squad Marvel? I think it's Marvel. When I was trying to get into the Marvel movies and all of that stuff. Interesting cast of characters in essence that just were not as interesting in execution. My guy Jay Hernandez, who was the one that could he was the one that could light himself on fire. Will Smith as the assassin guy. The one I really didn't care for, if I remember correctly, was the girl with the blonde hair who was in love with the Joker. I feel like she was kind of annoying. I really didn't like Viola Davis. Oh my Jesus. Like her character. Really didn't care for my guy who was working under Viola Davis. Who was I don't know. It was kind of rubbing me the wrong way that you want our help, but you're being an a-hole. Like I don't know. Also the villain situation with that, what was she, a doctor scientist lady getting possessed or something? All of that felt real weak. I was like, baby, this it? Like this it? I'm gonna be honest, this could go back on the shelf. I could have went my whole life without watching that. Next we have a movie I accidentally saw because I was looking for the Horde that I was just telling y'all about, but before I found that, I saw the wrong movie. The Horde from 2009. The Horde from 2016. The Horde from 2009 is the one I just talked about that I love. The Horde from 2016 is the movie I saw, and I was like, what the fuck is this? I was trying to find the French film, but I found the wrong one. I hate when movies it be multiple movies with the same name. The Horde from 2016 is a movie with, what is that girl? That blonde girl that just played in Immaculate, Sydney Sweeney. She makes an appearance. She's in this movie. I think this is before she was famous. Because this is a terrible movie. The Horde is about a group of students who go on some damn class trip to the woods, child. The teacher boyfriend is there who just so happened to be a one-man army. We got these inbred hillbilly people. They snatch up the women to do what? What do you think they do to the women in this movie? The same fucking thing that we always have to do to women. We hard R-word them. There is a horrid rape scene in the movie. I think it was Sydney Sweeney's character. They okay, I ain't even finna describe. It's terrible. But girlfriend, who is the teacher, gets kidnapped so she can be hard R word. The female students get kidnapped so they can be hard R word, and all the men just get killed. And the one man army is going through to like rescue them. The inbred hillbilly people have some ex-cons working there doing some drug running stuff or whatever. Child, just really the bottom of the barrel type of movie you would imagine an actress would play in when she's just trying to get a resume. Like, I feel like Sydney Sweeney, baby, I know she don't talk about this movie. This was awful. It was god awful. That could go back on the shelf. And I'm so mad that I found the wrong movie. Because I could have did without the essay scene that I did not know was coming. But I should know. Like, literally, it's like, what else are we going to do? Of course. Next we have the Bourne Supremacy, which oh, this was my favorite. I gave this 5 stars. This is from 2004. Okay, which one is this? Bourne Supremacy. Oh, that's the second one. What was the synopsis for this one? So it looks like Bourne Supremacy was my favorite. I gave this one a 5. It was the only 5 I gave. So the second one was my favorite. A CIA operation to purchase classified Russian documents is blown by a rival agent who then shows up in the sleepy seaside. Oh, I remember this one. Okay, so this is the sequel from the first one where Bourne sailed off into the sunset with that girl from the first one that he liked, and these bad guys frame Jason Bourne for an assassination that they did, and they also track him down to kill him. But she gets killed, and so then he goes on a mission. But then the agency is tracking him down because they are falling for the setup that he did that assassination thingy. Yeah, this was my favorite of the 3 of the trilogy that I saw. And this is going all the way in the top. I do need to give it a rewatch because honestly, I can kind of barely remember it, but I gave it 5 stars, so I'm putting it all the way at the top because I don't give a lot of 5 stars. And it's the only 5 star I gave in the trilogy. Next, we have Hunter x Hunter from 2020. I gave this 3 out of 5. This had Devin Siwa, you know, the guy from Final Destination. This is a movie where him and his wife and daughter are kind of like living off the grid in a cabin in the woods, you know, living off the land, killing animals for their fur. I think that's how they do their business. They like sell the damn animal fur, which is just terrible. But while there's like a fox or something or some animal out there that the husband leaves them alone to go out into the woods to catch. Well, while he's gone, a hurt and injured strange man comes to the cabin looking for help, and mayhem ensues. But I thought this was pretty good. Some nonsensical stuff that I just didn't like, but overall I enjoyed it. I'll put this in the middle. Next we have Possessor, which I was like, I saw this for the first time this year. But Possessor is one of those movies that I tried to watch, couldn't get into, pulled the DNF. I think I saw it for maybe 10 minutes, but finally watched it this year and I loved it. I love this. I don't know why I gave Possessor a 3 star on Letterboxd. Like, I don't know what my mind be thinking because in my memory, I love this movie. Possessor from 2020. Cronenberg did this. His son, if I remember correct. Well, you know what? Let me look this up before I be a liar. I think Cronenberg's son did Possessor. Oh. Yep, Brandon Cronenberg wrote and directed this. An agent working for a secret organization that uses brain implant technology to inhabit other people's bodies, ultimately driving them to commit assassinations for high-paying clients. Very trippy. It's Cronenberg. Very inventive, great idea, and it goes some places that American cinema typically doesn't go. Okay, that's all I'll say about that. But I don't know why I only gave this a 3. I love this movie. In my memory, I loved it. I don't know why I scored it so low. I need to give it a rewatch. I've only seen it that one time. But I love this movie, and I really love how it ended. I don't know why I rated it so low. I feel like I want to put it all the way at the top, but it must be something that was flawed as to why I only gave it a 3. So I'll just put it in Sweet Delight. But I love Possessor. Why did I give it a 3 star? Lord, I wish I could remember my mind in these moments. And it's also why when I was first logging my movies on Letterboxd, I just would rate it. But I hate that sometimes I don't remember why I rated something a certain way. So then I started leaving like a 1-sentence review so that it could jog me of like, oh, okay, well, that's why. Because I'm so annoyed that I do not remember why in the world I only gave Possessor 3 stars. Like, that is really bugging me. I don't know why I did that. The Sacrament from 2013. This is also found footage, but I actually enjoyed this. I gave it a 2.5 out of 5, which feels really low, but I enjoyed The Sacrament. Now, found footage about a group that is doing like they do like a TV show or something like that, like newsy type of thing. And one of their people is like 3 guys. His sister like went away and joined a cult. And she invites him out there. So he brings his crew to do like an expose on the cult. Of course, things go awry. And the guy from Your Next, 2 of the guys from Your Next is here. And I think it was the same writer or director of Your Next, if I remember correctly. I enjoyed this a lot more than I thought I would. First of all, I don't like found footage, as I always say. And I didn't know it was found footage when I went to watch it. I think I just randomly found this when I was on Peacock, I think it was. I didn't know it was found footage. But I actually really enjoyed it. Solid. I probably would never rewatch it. Not very action packed, but I was very into the whole story of like this cult and all the people there, the leader of this cult and all of that stuff. Like, so even though it wasn't like really action or really anything happening, I was just so into like the 3 guys and the story going on and what's happening with this cult. And I was like, man, why the hell is black folk here? I had a lot of fun with this. I really enjoyed it. Like I said, I would never rewatch it. So I'm going to put it down here in the middle. It was good. And then we have, I feel like my movies be all over the place. Ticks from 1993. Oh my God. Creature feature, which I do love a creature feature. And I do love 90s movies. I gave this 3 out of 5. We have Alberto from, aka Carlton from Fresh Prince, playing a little thug inner city black kid in this. But I had a lot of fun with Ticks, but it is it's not bad. It's a B movie, very 90s. Okay, very 90s creature feature about these giant mutated ticks. We have some 2 adults who take these like wayward teens out into this cabin in the woods, and we have some people out there doing like some kind of drug. I don't know, they're doing something illegal, so we got to worry about them. We got to worry about the giant ticks. This was a lot of fun. If you want like that typical 90s creature feature, over the top, campy, like fun movie, this is absolutely it. I'm gonna put this all the way up to the top. Not the very top, not the very top. But I had a lot of fun with this movie. Now it might be a while before I rewatch it because I really don't like bugs. Oh my! So all the little tick like that was my skin was itching. Like I was checking myself for ticks. Like that's anything like bug horror is very effective for me because that is literally probably my only like girly trait is I am very stereotypical girl that does not like bugs. Like I will flip the hell out. So stuff like that is very, very effective for me. So this in that regard, yo, them ticks was nasty. Piranha from 1978. I gave this 2.5 stars out of 5 on Letterboxd. This was actually I'll probably never watch it again. Okay, but it was for that to not be an era that I go up for. I thought it was actually enjoyable enough. It was decent. I went crazy about it, but it was fine enough. But I'm gonna be honest. This could go back on the shelf. I'm gonna put it down now. Then we have Puppet Master from 1989. Babe, I get that 1 out of 5. Child, I don't even know. I feel like I remember the movie, but I don't even know how to describe it. The Puppet Master, we got these friends. I think they had like psychic abilities, or I don't know, child. They had some kind of supernatural abilities, and one of them also had some kind. Was this the one? Yeah, this was that one. Yeah, he had some kind of supernatural ability, but he died. He got a wife, and the friends like come to the house, but it's like these little puppets that's like killing them off one by one. Child, I can barely remember. We could put that back on the shelf. I could have went my whole life without watching it. I hated that movie. Then we have Rambo Last Blood from 2019. And yet again, the story is girl gets hard R word. So in Rambo Last Blood, Rambo neighbor has this teen daughter who he has grown very close with, known her whole life. She ends up sneaking off to Mexico after they warn her not to go try and track down her father who has abandoned her. And while in Mexico, she ends up getting kidnapped, forced into like, human trafficking, prostitution. She is drugged up. She is hard R word. And Rambo goes to try to rescue her. As much as I hate those elements, I really like this movie. I thought it was really good. I gave it 3.5. I like this more than the other Rambo, but even though I scored it higher and like it more, I'm going to put it in the same tier. They're both, I mean, and it's not for, I think I gave that one the first Rambo, what was that, 2008 Rambo, whatever that one was when he came back. I think I gave that 3 stars and I gave this one 3.5. So it's not like a big gap, but I did like it more. Next we have The Night Watchman from 2017. Oh, and with the Rambo one, the 2019, what I like really about that one is I do not like an infallible action hero. So I love that in this one, yeah, he get beat down. He get beat the hell down, crushed into dust. Like ground into dust. I don't know what, child, it's getting late. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what crust into dust. It's getting late. I'm getting the lyrics. Let me try to make it through the last of these movies. The Night Watchman from 2017. I gave this 3.5 stars. I had a lot more fun with this than you would think I would, because what do I hate? Comedy horror, and that's what this is. But I was dying. This was so funny. Night Watchman is a movie about a group of security guards that end up having to fight against a vampire clown, as the vampire clown is turning everyone else into vampires. This was funny as hell. And when I say I don't find nothing funny, I really don't. I'm hard pressed to really find anything funny. Comedy is bottom of the barrel genre for me. Never been a big fan. Night Watchman was fun as hell. I had so much fun. The only like real big issue I have with the movie is every time the vampires die they start passing gas. I don't know why. It is so stupid. It is not funny. It's not my type of humor. It really doesn't work for me. That is like the biggest knock to the movie. But outside of that, I had way more goddamn fun with this movie than you could. You could not have told me I would have that much fun with this dumbass movie, but I did. I loved it. It was so fun. It is hilarious. Great time. And I loved the ensemble cast of characters. Love them. 100,000%. Had so much fun with that movie. Let me see. How did you give Piranha more than 1 star? I don't know, because I don't ever want to see that movie again, but maybe it was out of respect for like the era and what they were able to do with that movie. But yeah, and it didn't suck. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. Next we have The Last Witch Hunter from 2015 with Vin Diesel. Babe, I had more fun with this movie than I should have. I gave this 3.5 out of 5. Like, I really like this. The Last Witch Hunter is about Vin Diesel going through time, as you would imagine the title suggests, as a witch hunter. I am going to put this in sweet delight. I had way more fun than I should. Next, we have Cinnamon, which was a Tubi original from 2023. I gave this 3 out of 5. This is like a little crime thriller. Damon Wayans is in here. Pam Grier is in here. Really love, like, it's a very 70s blaxploitation, but modern movie. Where we have this couple that are in love, and the girl wants to be a singer. She wants to go to California. So her boyfriend decides to like try to rob someone, get some money. But we rob the wrong gangster and we get caught up in some mess. Probably would never rewatch it, but really enjoyed this a lot more than I thought I would. I'm gonna put this in sweets. Yeah, I'll put this in the middle. Yeah, I'll put that in the middle. Then we have Friend Request. Friend Request from 2016. I gave this 2 out of 5. Really bottom of the barrel generic horror movie about some college kids, and this girl accepts a friend request from this little oh god, what do you want to call her? Like a little emo girl. But she turns out to be really psychotic and clingy and goes crazy. So she unfriends her, and all of her friends start to die. Just could go back on the shelf. Could have went my life without seeing that. A Murder of Crows from 1998. I gave this 3 out of 5. This is a crime thriller with Cuba Gooding Jr., where he is a lawyer and he ends up coming across this elderly man that he befriends. The elderly man has a heart attack and dies, and he finds a manuscript for a book that the man wrote called A Murder of Crows, and he publishes the book under the guise that it is his and he wrote it. Well, unbeknownst to him, there were real life murders that matched the details in his book, and now the cops suspect him, and he is now arrested and has to try to defend himself against the crimes and tries to track down. Of course, he burnt, if I remember correctly, he burnt the manuscript so it could be no like proof that he stole it. Really like this. Really great 90s thriller. And I am going to put this in sweet delight. This was really good. I love a crime thriller. When I tell you the 90s is my era, I love the 90s. Resident Evil Final Chapter from 2016. I gave this 3 out of 5. Very flawed movie that I should not have had as much fun with as I did, but I love the Resident Evil franchise. Like, I don't care. Brainless, mindless, fun. Love Mila Jovovich. Maniac Cop from 1988. I gave this 2 out of 5. Bill Campbell is here. We have this cop that is going around killing people, but it's kind of like a whole supernatural thing. This ain't my era. This movie is very 80s. It just didn't work for me. This gonna go back on the shelf. Yeah, I could have went my life without seeing that. Oh my God. Now we have a movie that I literally feel like I have spent my entire life wanting to watch. The French horror movie Frontiers. I have never been able to find this movie. I have wanted to see it for ages. And I was very let down when I finally watched it. I would like to rewatch it. I gave it 3 out of 5 stars. Frontiers from 2007 is about a group. I think that they were either protesters or they were doing crime or something, but they tried to like flee Paris or whatever. And they come across this little like hotel, not Airbnb. What do you call them places? Not hotel. It's a word for it. Like when people run hotels out of their house. Oh my God, my mind is going blank. What are they called? Shoot, what? I don't even know what to Google. What are not a hostel? It's not a hostel, it's not a hotel. What are the places called where people make their house a hotel? I don't even know how to Google this. No, not a flop house. God, this is really bugging me. What is it called? Like a bed and breakfast. Oh my God, I can't. Well, anyway, they stopped to stay the night there. But come to find out, they're like Nazi cannibal people, and start to kill them off one by one. Thank you. Bed and breakfast is what I couldn't think of. They start to kill them off one by one. Now, I am typically not a person who gets up in arms in general about characters making stupid decisions in horror movies. I think we get a little too melodramatic about that, right? Like I feel like we are not as smart as we think we are under pressure and with your life in danger. So horror movie characters making dumb decisions, I give some leeway, but there is a level to it. There's a situation in the movie where we're running for our life. We get in the car, we're running for our life, but we crash. There's a whole like open area we could run to, and then there's a dark, scary tunnel. Which way are you going? Baby, they go into the dark tunnel. Like it was decisions like that in the movie that was pissing me off so freaking bad. But it there's some good stuff here. There is some amazing gore. It does lean over into like the torture porn type of territory that people like to call these movies. Top 10 best exploding head scene in the history of cinema. But I was very disappointed. Maybe my expectations was too high because, like I said, I've been wanting to see this movie for 11,100 years. But I mean, a 3-star isn't bad. But I was let down. I expect, and I love French horror, love foreign film. Been looking forward to this forever. I'm gonna put this in the middle. It was just really, really aggravating me. The stuff that the characters was doing, like it was beyond stupid. Like it. Next, we have Triple Threat from 2019. I gave this 2 out of 5 stars. My Indonesian actor, who I absolutely love, who played in The Raid and Headshot, he's in here. But this is an American film. Very B action movie. And I don't know why some of my favorite foreign actors, when they're speaking English, they can't act. He cannot act when he's speaking English. I don't know what it is. I mean, I love him, but when he's speaking English, the acting is bad. But the bad acting doesn't bother me because this is like a little B movie. But this is a story about him and his village was like attacked or something, and his wife is killed, or somebody was killed that he loved, and he's going to get revenge on the mercenaries that did it, but he's like posing as somebody working for them. What is the black guy name that's in here? I cannot think. From Spawn, the guy from Spawn. Let me see. Triple Threat. Jaleel. What is his name? What is his name? Give me the cast. I think it's Jaleel. What is baby name? Michael Jai White. Where did I get Jaleel from? Michael Jai White is in here. Just a little B action movie. Bad acting, very by the numbers, but I enjoyed it. I had fun. The action is really solid. There's a really great like once we get to that third act, action is really good. I am going to put this in the middle of the road. Next we have Hair Extension from 2007. This is an Asian horror movie about like haunted hair extensions. I gave this 1 star. This was terrible. The Asian girl from Kill Bill is in here. The one who was Lucy Liu's young bodyguard. She's the lead. This movie was god awful. This can go back on the shelf. Cold Prey. This was god awful from 2006. I gave it 1.5 stars. This is the one I already kind of explained when I talked about the sequel. It felt like a very generic horror movie, horrible characters, and for some reason the version I was able to find was dubbed, and I hate watching dubbed movies. I always prefer subtitles. I feel like the dubbing added to it being horrendous. It was God Jesus, it was bad. Like I said, the sequel is much better. The characters are all dumb, idiotic, and I don't even mean like dumb in the sense of making dumb horror decisions. They're just dumb fucking characters. And I saw Dune from 2021. I gave this 3 out of 5 stars. So confused. I don't know what the hell going on, but hey, it was enjoyable. Some good fighting. Child, I don't know what the hell was happening. Confused as hell. But whatever was happening, I was enjoying it. And then we have The Man from Nowhere. This was such a letdown. I expected this to be as good as The Night Comes for Us. Like, that's the kind of vibes that I was expecting to get from this. The Man from Nowhere from 2010. I gave it 2.5 out of 5. This is a movie about a man who like had this past, and now he's like this pawn shop owner. His neighbor is this woman and her little girl. These gangsters come and kidnap the woman and the little girl and kill the mom, and he goes on this mission as a one-man army to rescue the little girl. And like I said, that synopsis is very reminiscent of The Night Comes for Us, and it's, you know, it's my Asian folk. I was expecting this to really hit like The Night Comes for Us. I mean, the action was there, great action. The story is fine. The lead guy is enjoyable, but it just felt too run of the mill. The gangster, like bad guys that we go up against, just feel like very cardboard cutout, generic little villainous characters. Everything felt very by the numbers and run of the mill. Entertaining enough way to kill time, and I think most people probably really love it. Let me see what kind of score this got, because I feel like most people probably would love this. Yep, rated very high, 7.7 out of 10 on Letterboxd. And maybe, you know what? Maybe if I would have seen this before I watched The Night Comes for Us. Maybe I would have liked it more, but it's so similar to that. And The Night Comes for Us, 5-star, like out of this world, amazing. So I guess maybe I shouldn't be comparing them, but maybe that's why this one underwhelmed for me, because it feels well made. Like I said, the fighting is there, the action is there, the gore is there. The lead being this mysterious like guy with his past, and he's gone on this one-man army. And I think there's like a moment where he done plowed through a ton of the bad guys. And the guy is like, why do you care about this girl? And he's like, she's my neighbor. Like, it's like some good stuff there, but it just feels so run of the mill, and it just doesn't compare to The Night Comes for Us. But hey, taking my opinion with a grain of salt, it's ranked extremely high. I'm going to put it in the middle. I'm going to rewatch it though. Maybe I'll feel differently. Maybe it's just because I saw it after The Night Comes for Us, and I'm just maybe unfairly and harshly judging it. I don't know. Next, we have She's Gotta Have It, which Tyra made me watch this from Struggle Reviews TV. We did a members only discussion on She's Gotta Have It. This is Spike Lee's first film from 1986 about a woman with 3 boyfriends. And I hated this movie. It is not my cup of tea, but we had a really great conversation breaking down this movie and getting into the themes and talking about it. I logged this on Letterboxd, but I didn't rate it. I didn't want to rate it because, I mean, it's not for me. I knew it wasn't my type of movie, but Tyra wanted to do a discussion on it, so I watched it. So I just feel like it would have been unfair for me to rank it, because I would have gave this more like a negative star, a half star. It's not for me. It's not my type of movie. We had a really great discussion on it. It was some really great stuff like on the technical level that I appreciated about this film, but it's just not for me. And I kind of like it's unfair to rank it because I want to throw it back on the shelf, but I have a lot of respect for it on the filmmaking. So I'll put it in the middle. I don't know. It's not for me. It's not for me. Next we have Audition from 1999. I gave this 2 out of 5. This is about a single father who decides with his friend to audition women so that he can get a girlfriend. He chooses this one woman who I never understand why he chose her out of everyone. Mayhem ensues. I found it pretty slow and drab. The third act was really amazing, but outside of that, it really didn't work for me. Then I tried to watch those famous Death Wish movies. This is Death Wish 2 from 1982. I gave it 1 star. I do not get the appeal. And yet again, what are we going to do for Charles Bronson to go through? Let's have his daughter get raped. We always got to rape women. Jesus Christ. This could go back on the shelf. I could have went my whole life without watching that. I think I made it through 3 of those Death Wish movies. I can't remember, but I was like, child, I can't do it. Halloween from 2007. I finally watched Rob Zombie's Halloween. I gave it 3 out of 5 stars. I thought it was very bold, and I think the bold swings paid off. This is better than the original. I'm so sorry. I like it better than John Carpenter's Halloween, but I am in general just not a Halloween fan. So even though I think it is the better Halloween movie, I would probably never rewatch it. I still don't like Laurie. I still don't like Laurie's friends. When I say still, I mean because that's my opinion of John Carpenter's Halloween. But the Michael Myers stuff works a lot better for me in this one than in John Carpenter's original Halloween. Then we have It from 2019, which I did a watch along for. 2017, which I did a watch along for on the channel. I was extremely blown away. I gave this 5 stars. Now, I will probably Never rewatch this because I don't like the bullying stuff. I don't like the girl getting molested by her dad stuff. That stuff just doesn't work for me. I thought the ending was massively weak, but I was so blown away. Some of the greatest horror elements and horror visuals that I have seen in the last, like, I don't know, 10 years. Like, so amazing, so amazing. Next we have The Call with Jake Gyllenhaal from 2021. I gave this 2 out of 5. I don't even know why the hell I gave it 2 stars. This was a struggle to get through. Jake Gyllenhaal plays a really annoying, high-strung a-hole cop who's like, I don't know, he got in trouble or something, and he got to work as a 911 operator. And he takes a call of a woman who said her child was kidnapped or something. I'm gonna put it down here in the middle. You know what? Nah, I could win my life without seeing that. That can go back on the shelf. Forget it. Creep from 2004. I don't know why I only gave this 2.5 on Letterboxd. I feel like I really enjoyed this. Why in the hell is this rated so low? Why in God? Maybe I am a harsh. I don't know what I be thinking sometimes. Maybe I am a harsh critic. Why the hell did I only give this 2.5? I really enjoyed this. Creep is about a woman who is, I think she's over in London or something, but she's going to take the subway or whatever. It's very late, so it's really like desolate. There's no one there. And this guy from her office Christmas party that she just left, what do you think the guy goes to do to her? He goes to essay her, of course, because what the hell else do men do? I swear these movies, and the movies are written by men. Like, why do they only portray men as motherfucking rapists? I don't know. You gotta ask them. But when he goes to hard R-word her, he gets killed because there's some crazy people living down here in the tunnels, and they're kind of like, not like regular human people. They're kind of like, not inbred, I don't know, weird people, cannibal like people living down there. And she has to try to survive and try to make it out. She comes across like some homeless people living down there, a security guard. So there's people down there to like get killed and stuff like that. I had a lot of fun with this. I do not know why I rated it so low. Maybe I'm just I don't know. But I had fun with this. I am going to put it, hold on, let me slide. I am going to put it in sweet delight. I really enjoyed Creep. I don't know why I rated it so low. And then we have Kong Skull Island from 2017. I give this 4 out of 5. I am not a Kong or Godzilla fan, but I went to the theaters at the very end, like at the end of December, of 2023 to watch Godzilla -1 because I wanted to, everybody was raving about it, and I wanted to just get the watch in before my end of the year wrap up stuff. And I was so blown away. I love Godzilla -1, and it made me want to watch Kong, another one that people rave about. Kong Skull Island was good as hell. Oh my Lord Jesus, it was good as hell. I can't hardly remember what it was about because I know we go to the island, but it was like some reason. I don't know what the hell was doing, child. I don't remember why. But we go to this island with some purpose that I can't remember because we want to get Kong for some reason that I cannot remember. And we have Samuel Jackson being out of his mind. We have all these little creatures on this island. I was blown the hell away. I don't know why I have not rewatched it yet, but I need to get a rewatch of this. But I am going to put this all the way at the top because I've been sleeping on this. And I was a fool to wait. I should have been. I did not. I went in with very low expectations. I really did not expect to really like it. Next, we have Two Evil Eyes from 1990. I gave it 2 out of 5. This is when I was trying to prepare for a KillerCon on anthology horror because Tyra from Struggle Reviews TV likes anthology and wanted to do anthology centered KillerCon. That is not my vibe. I'm not one for anthology. I think I really only liked the first story. I think the first story was about like this rich. It was a rich wife who had a much older husband, and she was cheating with his doctor, and the plan was for him to die and for them to get the money. It felt to me like an episode of Tales from the Crypt. I enjoyed it, but outside of that, I really didn't care for the other stories. But honestly, could have went my whole life without watching it. That can go back on the shelf. Jaws 2 from 1978. Obviously famous movie. I gave it 3.5 out of 5. I really like this a lot more than the original. I am going to put this in the middle. I probably would never rewatch it, but I really enjoyed that. Like, I think that is a sequel that surpassed the original. Tombstone from 1995. I gave this 5 out of 5. I'm not a Western girly, but I was trying to delve into Western this year. Which my trying to delve into Westerns this year crashed and burned because I was supposed to see. I had a whole list of Westerns that my mother gave me because that's her genre. She loved Westerns. She gave me a list, baby. I made it through about 3 movies: Bone Tomahawk, Tombstone, and another one that's going to be on the list later. I love Tombstone. The only Western I've ever liked in my life was Wyatt Earp with, I think, Kevin Costner, which I don't even really remember that movie. I saw it when I was a kid. I loved Wyatt Earp. That's the only Western I ever liked. Now Tombstone is on the list. I was blown the hell away. I am going to put this all the way at the top. It was amazing. And what is the guy name who I don't even like, who I loved? Val Kilmer. Never been a Val Kilmer fan, but he was god dang oh my god. Val Kilmer in here as who did he play? Doc Holliday. And literally one of the greatest ensemble cast of characters. My guy Bill Paxton was in there. Kurt Russell being everything. I feel like it wasn't until this year that I was like, baby, Kurt Russell being everything. I tried to get into the Marvel movies this year, and I went to finally watch the X-Men movies. The only X-Men movie I had ever seen was that very first one I saw way back in the day. Wasn't really a fan. Like I said, it's just not my vibe. So, but I went in to try to see the X-Men movies. I had so much fun and I really loved them. This one is X-Men Apocalypse from 2016. I gave that 4 out of 5 stars. I am going to put it up here in Sweet Delight. Then we have Death Wish with Bruce Willis from 2018. When I was trying to get through the Death Wish movies, I also saw the remake and I gave that 2 out of 5. I'm very glad nobody had to be SA'd in this one. I'm going to put that in the middle. Chopping Mall from 1986. I gave this 4 out of 5. Sci-fi slasher horror about teens in the mall after it closed, trying to have a little hanky-panky, and the robot security guards start to murder them one by one. Absolutely love that movie. Sweet Delight. That is now one of my favorites. My favorite slasher movies. Born Identity from 2002. This is the very first Born movie. These lights are starting to really burn my retina. I was not the biggest fan of the first Born movie. 2 out of 5. I really didn't care. I feel like Samuel Jackson in Triple X. There's always a girl. that just really irked me. But I don't know. Like I said, Matt Damon just don't really do nothing for me, and I didn't find this to be a very exciting story. Like it was fine, but not very inspiring for me. Um, I really want, you know what? This can go back on the shelf. Yeah, I'm put it at the bottom. Sorry. Tourist Trap from 1979 has turned into literally one of my favorite horror movies ever. I gave it 4 out of 5. I do not know why I did not give it a solid 5. This is such an amazing slasher with literally one of the greatest, like most creative slasher villains, because the slasher villain in Tourist Trap has telekinesis, and I love that. And I freaking love the way the movie ends. Oh my god, it ends so. Oh my, like, look, I don't want to give it away, but you know the type of endings that are the ones that I really go up for. Next we have X-Men Days of Future Past from 2014. I gave this 5 stars. I was so shocked at how much I loved these damn X-Men movies. Why y'all ain't tell me the X-Men movies go hard like that? I'm putting it all the way to the top. I was a fool to wait to watch that. Blown away. Now I will say I burnt out on them X-Men movies. I think I still need to see the, what is it called? The first mutants, the something mutants, and then the one with the girl from Game of Thrones, the Dark Phoenix one. I still need to see that one. But I saw all the other ones, but I had got burnt out. And I was supposed to get through all the X-Men movies, which means the Wolverines and the spinoffs. I didn't make it. I got burnt out, and I haven't gone back since. But next we have Death Wish from 1974. I gave it 2 out of 5. You know what? I won't do you like that. That wasn't as bad as some other ones. I'll put it up there. But I just really hated like the gang people, the essay, like, oh god, it just wasn't working for me. Wolf Creek 2, I gave this 3 out of 5. As much as I hated the first Wolf Creek, I actually really enjoyed the sequel a lot more, and I love how I guess that's a spoiler. Never mind. Well, I love who we follow in this one more than the group in the first one that I didn't like. And for some reason, I like the villain a lot more in this one. He feels so like sinister and genuinely creepy. Like I would be scared to come across this man in real life. Like I want to do with him. The gore is really good. It does turn kind of like Saw-esque as far as like, you know, torture chamber trap type of thing. And it works. It works for me. Next we have 999 from 2016. I gave this 2.5 out of 5. 999 has such a stacked cast. Like you would think this should be the greatest thing ever. 999 is a story about crooked cops, kind of crime thriller story. And it is nowhere near as iconic as Heat. It is nowhere near as gritty and exciting as Street Kings. It's fine. It's okay. Worth the watch. Enjoyable enough way to kill time. I actually had the urge to rewatch it tonight, and I actually started rewatching it before I went live. I still have like 30 minutes left of the movie, but I had to, you know, go live. Middle of the road type of movie, very flawed, but it's just very like they're crooked cops, right? And some of the dialogue is just very on the nose, like I'm a crooked cop and this is how I talk, and like it's so annoying. But it's crooked cops trying to pull off a heist, and the way they're going to pull off a heist is they're going to kill a cop, because if they kill a cop, then all, you know how you divert all the attention somewhere, like if we kill a cop, oh, cops hate that, and all the cops gonna rush over there, and then we can just, you know, have this for the taking. Anthony Mackie is in here, Woody Harrelson, Kate Winslet. Like it's very, very star-studded. Like all my people are in this movie. It should be a lot better, but they can only do the best they can with the material. Next we have Contracted Phase 2 from 2015, the sequel to Contracted. I gave it a 1 star. I hated this movie. The guy who I told y'all was the big dummy and the predator and saw the girl get essayed and did nothing about it, but then went to screw the girl. We follow him now that he has this virus, and this can go back on the shelf. Where there was stuff with the first one that was redeemable and that I enjoyed and appreciated, it was nothing redeemable with that sequel. Next, we have X-Men First Class from 2011. I gave that 5 stars. Why didn't y'all tell me these X-Men movies was this good? Let me put this all the way to the top. Next we have Christine from 1983. I gave this a 0.5 star. This might be the lowest rated movie for me all year. I don't know what. I don't think I gave anything less. I at least will give stuff a 1 star. Yeah, I gave Christine a 0.5 star. That can go back on the shelf. Very famous 80s movies. Unique spin on a slasher because it's a car, but I fucking hated that movie. And speaking of movies I hated, Sleepaway Camp from 1983. I gave this 2 out of 5. Hated this movie. Very 80s, very campy. All of those 80s elements, which I don't like, which is why the 80s is not my era, are in Sleepaway Camp. But the bullying gets on my nerves, the obnoxious ass like female bully character. But what redeems it and why I gave it a 2 is the ending of the movie, how it closes out. The reveal was really, really ahead of its time. Like I loved it. Out of place in this little stupid ass movie. I wasn't surprised by the killer, but I was surprised by some reveals about the killer. I guess I won't spoil it, even though it's a really old movie. I'll put this down here in the middle. I'm not going to say it need to go back on the shelf because that ending was masterful, so I'm glad I saw it, but God, it was hard to get through. Rami from 2023, one of those To Be originals. I gave it a 1 star. This is one of those AI goes wrong, smart house tries to kill you type of movies. We have this girl who is involved in a hit and run and she kills someone, and instead of taking responsibility, she flees and goes to hide out in this smart house that she is renting while everything dies down with the hit and run. We have, oh Jesus Christ, just throw the whole movie away. I don't even want to talk about it. Ain't even worth it. Avoid. And most movies, I literally always say, watch for yourself. Like, don't not watch something just because of what I say. Like I had posted on what is that social media site? I don't even remember the name of it that I'm on. Since Twitter is hellscape now. What is this thing called? Blue Sky. I had posted on Blue Sky because I saw werewolves the other day, and I was oh no, I know what I did. I posted my last 4 watched on Letterboxd, and werewolves was in it, and somebody commented like, "Oh my God, so werewolves sucked." Like, I thought it sucked, but hey, you should watch it for yourself though. I literally always say, watch it for yourself, baby. You don't need to watch Rami. Avoid it at all costs. And I literally never, like, I think it might have been 1 or 2 other movies that I said, yeah, don't. Typically, I say watch it for yourself. Like, this is just my opinion. This is just my experience with the movie. But baby, throw Rami away. Rami is a typical Tubi movie that people be talking about. Next we have The House of the Devil from 2009. This is from Ty West. I gave it 3 out of 5. Starts off a little slow, feels very 70s in a good way. This is about a college student low on money who accepts a babysitting gig, gets more than she bargains for. We'll say it like that. Yeah. We'll put it down here in the middle. We ain't gonna put it all the way up there. I probably never rewatch it, but I really appreciated it. Entertaining enough way to kill time. As much as I'm not a 70s girly, I did like that's the nostalgia that I like. Even though I'm not a 70s girly, I cannot stand modern movies that do the 80s nostalgia or the 90s nostalgia. But for some reason, I really love movies that do the 70s. Like, I don't know why I more so like a modern movie with the 70s setting than I like a 70s movie. Like, that probably don't make no sense. But it works for me. The villains were good in here. The kills, the little fight for your life situation that we get into with the babysitter worked. But yeah, I probably just would never rewatch it. But I'm glad I saw it and I enjoyed it. Next we have X-Men Wolverine Origins from 2009. I gave this 4 out of 5. Love Liv Schreiber. Love the cast. Except the guy from Black Eyed Peas. Baby, why was he there? I probably would never rewatch it. This was probably, I had a lot of fun with Wolverine Origins, but I think it was probably the worst of all the X-Men movies that I sat through this year. All the X-Men movies I sat through, I thought were literally very well made, really good action movies. Wolverine Origins, for me personally, was very flawed, but it was one of those really flawed movies that I have a lot of fun with. Like, I had a lot of fun with this. I thought Hugh Jackman was great. The little ensemble, little team he works with his brother and Stryker, I really enjoyed. Then everywhere the story goes when we time jump from that, like, I had a lot of fun with it, but it's definitely very flawed, and I feel like it's not on the same caliber of the other X-Men movies that I sat through, and I probably would never rewatch it. Gerard's Game, we could throw that away. Put that in the trash, throw it away. Hated that movie. It's basically old girls sitting in a room, delirious and having delusions for the whole damn movie. And of course, there's Essay when she's a child by her father. Because what the hell else do men have to put in these movies? Next, we have Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 from 1986. I was so blown away. I gave this 5 stars, and I've never gotten around to this movie because I like the original Texas Chainsaw. I probably have only seen it twice in my life. I'm not a huge fan. I don't go crazy for it like a lot of people. So I just never got around to this sequel. But baby, what have I been doing all my life? This is going all the way to the top. I feel like this is one of the greatest horror movies I've ever seen in my life. And it has all the elements of movies that I don't like. Very 80s. Feels campy. Very over the top. But for some reason in this formula, like, it works here. Where the knock to other movies be, it was so 80s and it was, I don't know. Like, usually that's like my knock to, no, it works here. It really works here. I really, really love Leatherface and what is his name? Choppy Top? Was that his name? Really love them. Baddie as villains. Loved it. Then we have what is this? Oh, Forgotten. Asian horror movie from 2017. I gave this 5 out of 5. Let me see what kind of synopsis they have for this, because this is one of those movies I feel like you need to go in knowing the least. I really don't want to spoil it. Okay, so Forgotten is a Asian horror movie about 2 brothers and their parents. They're living in this house together. One brother is like the older, successful, like perfect brother. And one day he is kidnapped and police can't find him. He's missing. And then all of a sudden he reappears. But the younger brother feels like there's something off with his brother that has now returned. And that's all I'll say. I gave it 5 stars. highly recommended. I am going to put this all the way at the top. So, oh my god, oh my Jesus. It looks like most of my watches is down here at the bottom. Intruder from 1989, dumbest, most terrible name. It is basically a slasher about a group of teeny boppers working late night in a grocery store, and they start getting killed off one by one. I gave it 2 out of 5. You know what? This can go back on the shelf. Next we have X-Men The Last Stand. I gave this 4 out of 5. Had so much fun with this. I am going to put it in Sweet Delight. And then we have Caveat that I wanted to see because of how obsessed I was with She Who Shall Not Be Named, because I feel like I have talked about this movie ad nauseum this year, so I won't even say the word. But I wanted to see the filmmaker's first film, which was Caveat from 2020. I gave it 2.5 out of 5. Very disappointing. They definitely stepped their game up with the current movie that came out this year. Caveat is about this guy who gets paid to come to this secluded island to like look after this guy's niece who has some kind of mental issues. Could have went my whole life without seeing this movie. Next we have Friday the 13th, the final chapter. All these Friday the 13th movies blend, but I gave this one 3 stars out of 5. This from 1984. So that tells me this is the only one that I actually think is worth anything, which means this is the one with the little boy saying, die, die, die. But literally every Friday the 13th movie is exactly the same. Like those first, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 movies, a bunch of white kids go to Camp Crystal Lake. They get killed off one by one. Don't even know people are dying. That's literally the synopsis of all of them. And I think this one was slightly a difference. I think this was the one that had like the bikers and then Corey Feldman and like his sister and mom. They weren't part of like just that typical little white group that go out to damn Camp Crystal Lake. This one, I probably still would never watch it again. I still do not get the hype of these movies, but this was definitely the better one of the bunch. But it is literally like choosing the best of the worst. Next we have, I'll probably never watch it again. Captive, Tubi original from 2023. I gave it 2 out of 5. Very dumb, stupid, terrible movie, but I had some little fun with it. We have a group of little teeny boppers who go break into this house to party, and they find someone chained up in the basement, and mayhem ensues. Put it down. You know what? Put it down here. I had some fun with it, but yeah. Oh Lord, yeah. You know what? Put it up here. Because everything and go back on the shelf means like throw it away. I could have went my life without seeing it. I'm not gonna say that about Captive. Captive is stupid. Captive is bad, but I got some enjoyment out of it. Next we have Satanic Hispanics from 2022, another anthology. I gave it 2.5. Now I do like how they did this anthology where Body Bags was just a set of different stories, which that just really doesn't appeal to me. But Satanic Hispanics, I'm still not a fan of anthology, and I wasn't a big fan of this, but the setup for Satanic Hispanics worked a lot better for me because we actually have a central story where the cops end up going to this house where people have been murdered. There's one lone survivor. That lone survivor is being interrogated in the police station, and he tells these different stories, which is why we get the anthology. So I more so like that setup, kind of like the only anthology that I like. Tales from the Hood. I like when we have kind of a central thread, like a central story, as opposed to just random stories. But yeah, the stories ain't very good. But I mean, it was okay. Um, but you know what? It can go back on the shelf. I would recommend it though, especially if you like anthology. I think it is the better of the anthologies that I have. I just hate anthology. Literally, do not like. There's not one anthology I like outside of Tales from the Hood. I just really don't like anthology. X-Men 2 from 2003. I gave X-Men 2 4 out of 5 stars. Again, these movies were very fun. I'm so happy that I finally sat down to try to get into Marvel movies. Next we have Manhunter from 1986, the original that Red Dragon was the remake. I saw Red Dragon first, and then I saw Manhunter. I gave that 4 out of 5. I definitely prefer Red Dragon, but Manhunter is definitely very well made, very good film. And then we have Friday the 13th Part 2. I gave it 2 out of 5. I don't even know why the hell I gave it 2. I truly can't remember it. Like I said, all those movies kind of blend together. That can go back on the shelf. Bury the Bride, a Tubi original from 2023. I gave it 2 out of 5. I had a little fun with this. It is a bad movie. I mean, it's Tubi. But I actually thought it was a pretty good idea. We have this woman and her friends who go on this bachelorette trip, and then her fiance and his friends crash the trip, but come to find out they start murdering her and her friends, and the girls have to try to fight to survive. I had some fun with this. I mean, it's a bad movie. I'm gonna put it up here in the middle because I had fun with it. Body Bags, anthology horror from 1993. I gave it 1 star. This had random stories. I actually kind of liked the first one where it's this girl working by herself late night at a gas station. But then it starts going off the rails. Like the one story was this guy who got a hair transplant, and it was like supernatural hair that was just growing out of control. Like y'all, it was ridiculous. Yeah. I'm debating putting it down here because I did like the first story with that girl, but yeah, no. The International from 2009, I gave this 4 out of 5. What the hell is this? I gotta look this up. What is the International? Clive Owen, an Interpol agent and an attorney, are determined to bring one of the world's most powerful banks to justice, uncovering money laundering, arms trading, and conspiracy to destabilize world governments. Their investigation takes them from Berlin, Milan, New York, and Istanbul, finding themselves in a chase across the globe. They're relentless. I do not remember this, but I gave it 4 stars, so it must have been good. Did I put a rating on here on Letterboxd? Let me see. No, I did not. I mean, not. I meant that I put a review. No, I did not. What the hell? I saw this in March. Jesus, I cannot remember this. The International. Naomi Watts is in here, who I'm not a fan of her. An Interpol agent attempts to expose a high-profile financial institution's role in an international arms dealing ring. Yo, I'm sorry, y'all. I, for the life of me, cannot remember this, but I gave it 4 stars, so I'm gonna put it at the top because obviously I really enjoyed it. It was a good movie, but it is now December and I cannot remember watching this in March. I need to rewatch that. I do not remember. Oh my god! Like nothing is ringing any bells for me. Maybe if I play the preview, it'll ring some bells for me. I cannot. And Clive Owen is another actor that I'm not much of a fan of. I did like that movie with him and Jennifer Aniston though. What was that movie called? I don't know. I'm watching the preview right now, and it's not ringing any goddamn, like, I cannot remember it. Let me go look up this movie with him and Jennifer Aniston, because that's gonna bug me. What was that movie? Oh yeah, he was in Inside Man. I forgot he was in there. I like Inside Man. Inside Man. I hated Children of Men. Where is? Oh, he was in Gemini Man. I forgot about that. I like Gemini Man. What is the one he was in with Jennifer Aniston? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh my God, where? Oh, Derailed. There it is. That's what it was called. Derailed. I used to love that movie. I haven't seen it in ages though. He was in A Born Identity? I do not remember him in there. Lord Jesus. Too many movies and actors and crap are in my head. I'm like, the preview is playing. I cannot remember the International. I cannot remember that movie. I am trying to hurry up and get through these last movies. We are at 4 hours and 25 minutes. This is fucking insane. Psycho 2. I liked a lot more than the first one from 1983. How many stars did I give Psycho? Psycho 2, I gave, what in God's name? No, this can't. I gave Psycho 2 5 stars. Yo, what the hell? Okay, it said I reviewed it. Let me see what my little review was. A sequel that surpasses their original. This must have been a mistake. I must have accidentally gave this 5. I don't know why the hell to get it 5 stars. Now, I do remember the movie. I do know that it felt more slasher than the first Psycho. I did like it a lot more. We had Anthony Perkins. I think he got out of this facility, went back home to his mom's house, was trying to open the hotel. There was somebody there running the hotel for him. He was working at this diner where he befriended this girl. Like, I remember the movie vividly, and I enjoyed it. But baby, 5 stars? No. Matter of fact, let me edit this, because I don't know why I gave it 5. Why the hell would I give this 5 stars? 3 stars, baby. 3 stars. I'm finna edit this. I'm sorry. Should I edit it, or should I just stay true? Should I just stay true to what I gave this? 5 stars. I feel like I jumped out the window giving this 5 stars. But you know what? I'm gonna just stay true to what I gave. But that's what I gave it back then. Right here, I'm telling you, it's a solid 3 out of 5. I don't know why the hell I gave this a 5. I don't know what I was smoking. And it looks like I saw this for the first time in October. I don't know what I was smoking 2 months ago. I don't know what kind of cocaine I was doing, because I jumped out the window. I did like it a lot more than the first one. That's psychotic. I'm putting this in the middle. I don't know why the hell I gave that 5 stars. I don't know what I don't. It's my own brain and my own rating, and I don't know what the hell I was thinking or doing. Frogs from 1972. I gave this a half star. So it's 2 movies this year that I gave the lowest scores of a half star. Frogs was one, it seems. Trying to get into expanding my horizons. It don't always work out. It did have an ending that I really liked. So Frogs was about these rich people and a token black person who goes to this vacation house, ends up getting overrun by frogs, and everyone gets killed off. And the way it ends and closes out, I actually really, really enjoyed, and I thought was really good, but I hated this goddamn movie. Next we have Play Dead. When I was trying to watch Tubi Originals for the first time from 2022, I gave this 3 out of 5. This was actually enjoyable. We have a sister and brother trying to take care of each other. I think she's like an older teeny bopper, like college age. She's like a young teen. He gets involved, I think, trying to rob or do something illegal. And his friend that he does it with gets killed and has incriminating stuff on her brother on his cell phone. So she tries to sneak into the morgue to get the cell phone. But unbeknownst to her, there are deadly things happening at the morgue with the coroner. I enjoyed this. I thought it was actually pretty good for a Tubi original, and better than I would expect. So yeah, I don't know. Did I say what I rated that? I gave it 3 stars. Next we have Silverado from 1985. When I was trying to get into westerns, this was a D and F. I did not finish it. I did enjoy it, but I cut it off because we had to have this racist ass storyline with Donald Glover, and y'all know I'm not a fan of that. I do not want to see black folk getting treated like that. So yeah, I just cut the movie off. And plus, I just didn't think the movie wasn't very good for me. The Empty Man from 2020, I gave this 1 star. The Empty Man, 1 star might be harsh. I mean, it's not very good, but I finished it. I didn't pull a DNF. I think 1 star might be kind of harsh. At least 1.5 to 2 stars, maybe. But The Empty Man is about this cop or ex-cop who like had an affair with his friend's wife years ago, and she reaches out to him out of the blue to go rescue her daughter who's been involved in this cult, and it's like this supernatural thing going on. I think it is not very good, but watch it. Like, enjoyable enough way to kill time. If it's like a Tuesday and you don't have nothing better to do with your life, throw it on. Just one of those movies to just throw on. Yeah. And if you're one of those people who like bad movies like I do, you might get some real enjoyment out of it. The Witch from 2015, the last movie, and I can get out of here because this was motherfucking psychotic. We're at 4.5 hours. Jesus Christ. And I have obligated myself to be on Ashley's live stream tomorrow, which I am highly regretting right now because I don't know if I'm even going to have a damn voice. I don't know why I put so much work into these massive fucking tier list rankings. They're draining. This was long. This is fucking long. The Witch, sorry, from 2015. I am not a fan of A24 or all of the pretentious, highbrow, elevated horror. I do not like Robert Eggers. He racist. I don't care. Why he don't ever cast no black folk? We can't be a servant or nothing. You can't tell me when some niggas on a boat headed to Transylvania. Like, we couldn't have been, like, I done seen all of his movies at this point. And ain't never no niggas in there. I don't like the man. But I love The Witch. I was really expecting not to like it. That's why I have avoided it. Like I said, I am not one for these type of movies. I love The Witch. I thought it was so good. Honestly, when it starts off, it was kind of hard for me. I could not understand. It felt like they were speaking another language. I could not understand it. I had to really read them subtitles. But as the movie went on, it's like my ears kind of got adjusted to the language and how they were talking. Obsessed, completely blown away. I am going to put this now. I will probably never rewatch it. It doesn't really have any rewatch value for me, but I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to put it up here. You know what? Do I want to put it up here? Do I want to put stuff that I would not Yeah, because I said I wouldn't rewatch The Invitation, and I said I wouldn't rewatch Promising You. Yeah, I'm gonna put stuff up here that I wouldn't rewatch because it was really good. That is it. That is all of the movies that I finally watched in 2024. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the live. Please make sure you like the video, comment on the video, share the video. Please just support the video because this was a long ass fucking live. But thank you so much to everyone who was here with me. I am dying. I'm having heart palpitations. These lights are burning holes in my retina. I am literally going to have a migraine from these lights. But thank you so much for being here with me through my movie buff craze, psychosis, mania that has me watch so many movies and want to talk to you guys about it. I hope you were able to put some stuff on your watch list. I will also post the finished tier on the community tab for you guys. So if you end up watching anything from here, drop it in the comments. Let me know what you saw, if you enjoyed it, if you agreed with me, if you disagreed. I will see you in the next one. Thank you.